What if the pain you hate is the same doorway your soul has been waiting for? What if the loss that broke you was also teaching you impermanence? What if the silence that scared you was trying to heal what noise could not? What if the people who hurt you were never meant to destroy your heart, but to show you where you were still attached? Buddhism does not tell you to stop feeling. It teaches you how to feel without becoming a prisoner of your pain. Because being truly human is not about living without suffering. It is about awakening through suffering. It is about learning to let go without becoming cold, forgive without carrying their karma, and begin again even when your soul feels exhausted. So before you call yourself broken, listen closely. Maybe you are not broken. Maybe you are finally becoming conscious. 1. Accept that suffering is part of being human. The first truth Buddhism teaches is that suffering exists. This may sound sad at first, but it is actually a very freeing truth. Because when you understand that suffering is part of life, you stop blaming yourself for feeling pain. You stop thinking that something is wrong with you just because your heart feels heavy. Many people suffer 2 times. First, life hurts them through loss, disappointment, betrayal, failure, loneliness, or fear. Then they hurt themselves again by thinking, I should not feel this way. I should be stronger. I should already be healed. But Buddhism teaches that pain does not mean you are weak. Pain means you are human. Every person you meet is carrying something inside. Some people carry grief from someone they lost. Some carry regret from choices they made. Some carry fear about the future. Some carry wounds from people who treated them badly. And many people smile in front of the world while silently fighting a battle inside their own mind. So do not judge yourself for suffering. Do not hide your pain as if it makes you less worthy. Your suffering is not the end of your story. It is a part of your human journey, and when you meet it with honesty, you begin to understand yourself more deeply. 2. Everything changes, even this heavy season. Buddhism teaches that everything in life is changing. Nothing stays the same forever. Your feelings change, your thoughts change, your pain changes, your relationships change, and even the hardest seasons of life slowly pass with time. When you are in a heavy season, your mind may tell you, this will never end. I will always feel this way. My life will never become peaceful again. But this is only the voice of pain speaking. The truth is, no feeling is permanent. Even the sadness that feels endless is still moving. Even the darkness that feels strong is not stronger than change. Think about the seasons of nature. The cold winter does not stay forever. The storm does not rain forever. The night does not remain forever. In the same way, the pain inside your heart is also a passing season. It may be difficult right now, but it is not your whole life. This teaching gives hope to every tired soul. Because if everything changes, then your suffering can change too. Your fear can become courage. Your confusion can become understanding. Your broken heart can slowly become wise, calm, and open again. So do not build your identity around this painful moment. You are not your heavy season. You are a human being moving through it. And with patience, awareness, and time, even this season will change. 3. Let go of what keeps cutting your soul. Buddhism teaches that attachment is one of the deepest causes of suffering. Attachment does not always mean love. Sometimes attachment means holding on to something that has already hurt you many times, but you still cannot release it. It may be a person, a memory, an old dream, a painful relationship, a regret, or a version of life you thought would last forever. Sometimes the soul keeps bleeding, not because life is still hurting us, but because we keep touching the same wound again and again. We keep going back to the same thoughts. We keep replaying the same memories. We keep asking why someone changed, why they left, why they hurt us, why life did not happen the way we wanted. And without realizing it, we keep cutting our own peace with the same thing that already wounded us. Letting go is not easy, because the heart becomes familiar with what it has carried for a long time. Even pain can start to feel like home when you have lived with it for too long. You may know something is hurting you, but still feel afraid to release it because you do not know who you will become without it. You may think, if I let this go, what will be left of me? But Buddhism gently teaches that letting go does not make you empty. Letting go creates space for peace to enter. To let go does not mean you never cared. It does not mean your love was false. It does not mean the memories meant nothing. It simply means you have reached a point where your soul needs freedom more than it needs the pain of holding on. It means you understand that love should not destroy your inner peace. It means you stop using your own hands to keep open a wound that is asking to heal. Some people are meant to teach you, not stay with you forever. Some moments are meant to awaken you, not become your whole life. Some chapters are meant to end, not because they were meaningless, but because their purpose has been completed. When you keep holding on to what has already completed its lesson, you turn a lesson into a prison. Buddhism reminds us that everything is impermanent. People change, feelings change, situations change. Even the things we once thought we could never live without can slowly become things we learn to release. This is not because the heart becomes cold. It is because the heart becomes wise. So look honestly at what keeps cutting your soul. Is it the person you keep waiting for? Is it the apology you never received? Is it the past you keep wishing you could change? Is it the dream that did not happen? Is it the version of yourself you keep blaming? Whatever it is, ask yourself with compassion, is holding on to this bringing me peace, or is it keeping me wounded? If it is keeping you wounded, then maybe it is time to loosen your grip. You do not have to let go all at once. Letting go can happen slowly, one breath at a time, one honest choice at a time. One moment of choosing peace over pain, one moment of not returning to the same thought, one moment of reminding yourself, I deserve to stop suffering from what I cannot change. Let go gently, let go wisely, let go not because it never mattered, but because your soul matters too. You cannot heal while holding the blade that keeps cutting you. You cannot become peaceful while carrying what keeps pulling you back into pain. Sometimes, the most spiritual thing you can do is stop holding on to what destroys your peace. And when you finally release what keeps hurting you, you do not lose yourself. You begin to return to yourself. 4. You are not your thoughts. Buddhism teaches that the mind can become the biggest source of suffering when we believe every thought that appears inside it. A thought can come suddenly, and if we are not aware, we may start treating it like the complete truth. The mind may say, you are not good enough. The mind may say, you will never heal. The mind may say, everyone will leave you. The mind may say, your life is ruined. And because the thought feels strong, we begin to believe it. But a thought is not always reality. A thought is not always wisdom. A thought is not always a message you must follow. Sometimes a thought is only fear speaking. Sometimes it is old pain repeating itself. Sometimes it is a memory trying to return. Sometimes it is anxiety creating a future that has not even happened yet. This is why Buddhism teaches mindfulness. Mindfulness means learning to watch your thoughts instead of becoming controlled by them. It means you do not immediately run after every thought. You pause, you breathe, you notice what is happening inside your mind. You say, this is a thought, this is not necessarily the truth. When you are tired, your thoughts can become darker. When you are hurt, your mind can create painful stories. When you feel rejected, your mind may tell you that you are unlovable. When you fail, your mind may tell you that you are useless. When someone leaves, your mind may tell you that you were never enough. But Buddhism reminds us that these thoughts are not your true self. They are passing movements inside the mind. You are not the fear that enters your mind. You are the one who can notice the fear. You are not the sadness that appears in your heart. You are the one who can sit with the sadness. You are not the angry thought the hopeless thought, or the painful memory. You are the awareness behind it all. Think of the sky and the clouds. Clouds come and go. Some clouds are dark, some are heavy, some bring storms, but the sky does not become the cloud. The sky remains open behind everything. In the same way, thoughts come and go inside your mind, but you are not every thought that passes through you. This understanding can bring deep peace, because you no longer have to fight every thought. You no longer have to fear every thought. You no longer have to believe every thought. You can simply observe it and let it pass. When the mind says, "I cannot go on," you can gently answer, "This is a painful thought, but it is not the whole truth." When the mind says, "Nothing will ever change," you can answer, "This is fear speaking, and fear cannot see the future clearly." When the mind says, "I am broken," you can answer, "I am hurting, but I am still healing." This is how you begin to take your power back from the mind. Not by forcing the mind to be silent, but by no longer letting every thought become your master. Buddhism does not ask you to destroy your thoughts. It asks you to understand them. It asks you to sit quietly and see how thoughts rise, stay for a moment, and disappear. The more you observe your thoughts, the more you realize that they are not permanent. They are like waves. They rise, they move, and they fall. So when painful thoughts come, do not hate yourself for having them. Do not say, "Why is my mind like this?" Do not feel guilty because your thoughts are not peaceful all the time. A human mind produces many thoughts. Some are kind, some are fearful, some are confused, and some are painful. Your work is not to believe all of them. Your work is to become aware. A peaceful life does not mean the mind never speaks. A peaceful life means you learn which thoughts deserve your attention and which thoughts should be allowed to pass. You do not have to open the door to every thought. You do not have to let every fear live inside your heart. The moment you understand that you are not your thoughts, you create space inside yourself. And in that space, you can choose peace. You can choose wisdom. You can choose patience. You can choose not to react from fear. You can choose not to punish yourself because of one dark thought. You are deeper than your mind's noise. You are greater than your fear. You are not the storm inside your head. You are the awareness that can watch the storm without becoming it. So breathe, notice the thought, let it come, let it pass, and gently return to yourself. 7. Forgiveness frees you from carrying their karma. Buddhism teaches that every action has a result. Every word, every choice, every act of kindness, and every act of harm creates its own consequence. This is what many people call karma. But sometimes, when someone hurts us, we begin carrying the pain of their actions inside our own heart. They may have done wrong, but we become the one who keeps suffering every day. When someone betrays you, disrespects you, lies to you, uses you, abandons you, or breaks your trust, the wound can go very deep. It is not easy to simply forget. It is not easy to smile and pretend nothing happened. Your mind may keep returning to the same moment. Your heart may keep asking, "Why did they do this to me?" Your soul may keep waiting for an apology that never comes. But Buddhism teaches that holding anger for too long does not punish the person who hurt you. It punishes you. It keeps your mind connected to the pain. It keeps your heart trapped in the past. It keeps their actions alive inside your body, your thoughts, your emotions, and your peace. Forgiveness does not mean what they did was right. Forgiveness does not mean you accept bad behavior. Forgiveness does not mean you open the door again to someone who damaged your soul. Forgiveness does not mean you must trust them again, speak to them again, or allow them back into your life. Real forgiveness means you stop carrying what belongs to them. Their actions are their karma. Their lies are their karma. Their cruelty is their karma. Their betrayal is their karma. You do not need to hold it in your heart every day, as if it is your responsibility to suffer for what they did. Many people think forgiveness is weakness, but it is actually strength. Because it takes strength to say, "I will not let your darkness make me dark." It takes strength to say, I will not let your cruelty turn me cruel. It takes strength to say, I will not destroy my peace just because you did not know how to value it. When you refuse to forgive, you may believe you are protecting yourself, but often you are only keeping the wound open. You replay the story again and again. You imagine what you should have said. You think about how unfair it was. You wait for life to punish them. You wait for them to understand your pain, and slowly their energy continues to live inside you. This is why forgiveness is not about freeing them from responsibility. It is about freeing yourself from attachment to the wound. You can forgive someone and still walk away. You can forgive someone and still keep distance. You can forgive someone and still say, you are not safe for my peace. You can forgive someone without giving them another chance to hurt you. Buddhist forgiveness is not blind. It is not foolish. It does not ask you to become weak in front of harmful people. It asks you to become wise. It asks you to release hatred, but keep your wisdom. It asks you to let go of revenge, but keep your boundaries. It asks you to stop carrying poison in your own heart while hoping someone else will suffer from it. Sometimes forgiveness begins quietly. It begins when you stop wishing pain on them. It begins when you stop checking whether life has punished them. It begins when you stop needing them to admit what they did before you allow yourself to heal. It begins when you say, even if they never understand my pain, I will not let this pain control the rest of my life. This does not happen in one moment. Forgiveness can take time. Some wounds are deep. Some memories return again and again. Some betrayals change the way you see people. So do not force yourself to forgive before your heart is ready. But also do not build a home inside bitterness. Give yourself time. Give yourself compassion. Let the anger speak, but do not let it become your whole identity. Let the pain be seen, but do not let it become the ruler of your life. The person who hurt you has their own path, their own mind, their own karma, and their own consequences. You do not need to carry their darkness inside your soul. You do not need to spend your life waiting for justice before you allow yourself peace. Sometimes the deepest freedom is when you finally say, what you did belongs to you. How I heal belongs to me. And in that moment, you begin to take your life back. You stop living as a prisoner of someone else's actions. You stop letting their past behavior decide your present peace. You stop carrying their karma like it is your burden. Forgiveness is not forgetting your pain. It is remembering your worth. It is choosing not to become the pain that touched you. It is choosing to return to your own heart with more wisdom, more softness, and more freedom. So forgive, not because they deserve your closeness, but because you deserve your peace. Forgive, not to erase the past, but to stop giving the past power over your soul. Forgive, not because the wound was small, but because your life is bigger than the wound. Their karma is theirs. Your healing is yours. And your peace is too precious to be carried away by someone who did not know how to protect it. 8. Peace comes when you stop fighting reality. Buddhism teaches that much of our suffering does not only come from what happens in life. It also comes from our resistance to what has already happened. Life gives us one pain, but the mind adds many more pains by saying, this should not have happened. They should not have left. I should not be feeling this. My life should have been different. This is how the heart becomes tired. Not only because of the situation itself, but because we keep arguing with reality inside our own mind. We keep replaying the past. We keep wishing people acted differently. We keep imagining another version of life where everything happened the way we wanted. But the more we fight what is already true, the more we suffer. Buddhism does not teach us to like everything that happens. It does not tell us to accept disrespect, abuse, betrayal, or injustice as if they are okay. It teaches us to see clearly. It teaches us to stop denying what is in front of us, because we cannot respond wisely to a reality we refuse to accept. Sometimes the truth is painful. Someone changed. Someone left. Someone did not love you the way you loved them. A dream did not happen. A chapter ended before you were ready. A mistake was made. Time was lost. An opportunity passed. These truths can hurt, but denying them hurts even more. When you keep saying, "This cannot be happening," you trap yourself in resistance. But when you gently say, "This is happening, and now I must face it with wisdom," something inside you begins to calm down. You stop wasting your energy fighting the fact, and you begin using your energy to heal, learn, and move forward. Peace begins when you stop asking reality to become something else before you allow yourself to breathe. Peace begins when you stop waiting for the past to change before you give yourself permission to live again. Peace begins when you understand that acceptance is not weakness. Acceptance is clarity. Many people misunderstand acceptance. They think acceptance means giving up. They think it means allowing people to hurt them. They think it means becoming silent in front of pain. But true acceptance is not passive. True acceptance is powerful. It means you see the situation exactly as it is, without pretending, without making excuses, and without lying to yourself. If someone keeps disrespecting you, acceptance means you stop pretending. They will suddenly become gentle without effort. If someone has shown you their nature again and again, acceptance means you stop creating a fantasy version of them in your mind. If a chapter has ended, acceptance means you stop standing at a closed door and calling it loyalty. Reality may hurt, but reality also guides you. When you see clearly, you know what to do next. When you stop fighting the truth, you can finally make wise choices. You can leave what harms you. You can forgive what needs to be released. You can rebuild what has fallen. You can begin again without waiting for life to become perfect. The mind often suffers because it wants control. It wants people to behave according to its expectations. It wants life to follow its plans. It wants the past to be different and the future to be guaranteed. But life is not controlled by our wishes. Life moves with change, causes, conditions, and impermanence. When you understand this, you become softer inside. You stop trying to control everything. You stop forcing people to be who they are not. You stop demanding that life should have unfolded exactly the way your heart imagined. You begin to move with wisdom instead of resistance. This does not mean you become emotionless. You can accept reality and still cry. You can accept reality and still feel grief. You can accept reality and still need time to heal. Acceptance does not remove your humanity. It simply removes the extra suffering created by denial. There is a deep peace in saying, "This is what happened. I cannot change that moment, but I can choose how I meet this moment now." There is power in saying, "I cannot control what they did, but I can control what I carry from here." There is healing in saying, "I cannot rewrite the past, but I can stop letting the past write the rest of my life." Buddhism teaches us to return to the present moment because the present is the only place where healing can happen. The past is already gone. The future has not arrived. But right now, you can breathe. Right now, you can see clearly. Right now, you can choose a wiser response. When you stop fighting reality, your soul stops wasting strength on things that cannot be changed. That strength returns to you. It becomes patience. It becomes courage. It becomes awareness. It becomes the quiet power to move forward. So look at your life with honest eyes, not with hate, not with fear, not with denial, just with truth. Ask yourself, what is real here? What am I refusing to accept? What truth have I been avoiding because it hurts? And when you find the answer, do not attack yourself. Do not shame yourself. Just breathe and say, "Now I see. Now I understand. Now I can choose differently." Peace does not come when life becomes exactly the way you wanted. Peace comes when you stop fighting what is true and begin walking with wisdom. Reality may break your illusion, but it can also open the door to freedom. The moment you stop fighting reality, you stop losing yourself in what cannot be changed, and slowly You return to what can still be healed, what can still be chosen, and what can still become peaceful within you. 9. You are allowed to begin again. Buddhism teaches that every moment is a chance to return. No matter how far you feel you have gone from peace, no matter how many mistakes you have made, no matter how many times you have fallen, life is still offering you this breath, this moment, this small opening to begin again. Many people suffer because they believe their past has already decided their future. They look at their mistakes and think, I ruined everything. They look at their failures and think, it is too late for me. They look at the years they lost, the people they trusted, the choices they regret, and they begin to believe that their life cannot become beautiful again. But Buddhism does not see life this way. Buddhism teaches that everything is changing. The mind changes, the heart changes, the path changes. The person you were yesterday does not have to be the person you remain forever. You are not fixed, you are not trapped, you are not finished, you are allowed to begin again. You are allowed to begin again after heartbreak. You are allowed to begin again after losing yourself in someone who did not know how to love you. You are allowed to begin again after trusting the wrong person, after giving too much, after staying too long, after ignoring your own inner voice. Your pain may have changed you, but it does not have to destroy you. Sometimes, the hardest part of beginning again is not the new path. It is forgiving yourself for the old one. You may keep asking yourself, why did I not see the truth earlier? Why did I allow this? Why did I waste so much time? Why did I not protect myself? But Buddhism gently teaches that wisdom often comes after suffering. You did not know then what you know now. You were learning, you were growing, you were trying to survive with the understanding you had at that time. Do not punish your past self for not having your present awareness. The person you were before was doing their best with the mind, heart, and strength they had. Maybe they were afraid. Maybe they were lonely. Maybe they wanted love. Maybe they wanted acceptance. Maybe they believed that holding on was the right thing. Maybe they did not yet understand how much peace they deserved. Now you understand more. And that understanding is not a reason to hate yourself. It is a reason to begin again with more wisdom. A lotus does not rise from clean and perfect water. It rises from mud. It grows through darkness before it reaches the light. In the same way, your awakening may begin from the very place where you thought your life was broken. Your pain can become the soil where your wisdom grows. Your mistakes can become the ground where your awareness becomes stronger. This is one of the most beautiful teachings for a tired soul. You do not need a perfect past to create a peaceful future. You do not need to have made every right choice. You do not need to have lived without mistakes. You only need the courage to return to yourself and take the next honest step. Beginning again does not always look dramatic. Sometimes beginning again is not moving to a new city, changing everything, or becoming a completely different person overnight. Sometimes beginning again is waking up and deciding not to speak to yourself with hate. Sometimes it is choosing not to return to the same pain. Sometimes it is breathing before reacting. Sometimes it is walking away from what keeps breaking your peace. Sometimes it is drinking water, cleaning your room, praying, meditating, taking one small step and telling yourself, I am still here. Do not underestimate small beginnings. A new life is often built from small moments of awareness. One peaceful choice becomes another peaceful choice. One day of self-respect becomes another day of self-respect. One moment of silence becomes another moment of clarity. Slowly, you begin to rebuild the relationship you have with yourself. Many people wait until they feel fully healed before they begin again. They wait until they feel confident, strong, peaceful, and ready. But healing does not always come before the beginning. Sometimes healing comes because you begin. Sometimes courage appears after the first step, not before it. Sometimes clarity comes while you are walking, not while you are standing still. So begin even if your hands are shaking. Begin even if your heart is still tired. Begin even if you do not know the whole path. Begin with one breath. Begin with one honest thought. Begin with one promise to stop betraying yourself. Begin with one decision to choose peace over attachment. Buddhism teaches us to return to the present moment because the present moment is where change becomes possible. The past is already gone. You cannot walk back into it and choose differently. The future has not arrived. You cannot control it completely. But right now, in this moment, you can choose awareness. You can choose patience. You can choose compassion. You can choose not to continue the same cycle. This is where freedom begins. Not in the past, not in the future, but here. Maybe you spent years carrying guilt. Maybe you kept blaming yourself for a mistake that already taught you its lesson. Maybe you kept holding on to an old version of yourself because you believed you did not deserve to become better. But guilt is not the same as growth. Shame is not the same as wisdom. Punishing yourself forever will not change what happened. It will only keep you chained to a moment that has already passed. True growth begins when you learn from the past without living inside it. You can say, yes, I made mistakes. You can say, yes, I trusted what I should not have trusted. You can say, yes, I stayed when I should have walked away. But you can also say, now I see. Now I understand. Now I choose differently. That is beginning again. You are allowed to begin again after failure. Failure does not mean your path is over. It means something needs to be understood. It means something needs to be adjusted. It means you are being shown where awareness is needed. In Buddhism, failure can become a teacher when you meet it with humility instead of shame. If you failed in love, learn what love is not. If you failed in discipline, learn where your habits need care. If you failed in patience, learn how the mind reacts when it is hurt. If you failed in protecting your peace, learn where your boundaries must become stronger. Every failure can become wisdom if you do not let it become self-hatred. You are allowed to begin again after losing people. Sometimes life removes people we thought would stay forever. Sometimes relationships end without the closure we wanted. Sometimes people change, leave, betray, or simply walk a different path. And when they go, it can feel like a part of you has gone with them. But your life is not over because someone left it. Your worth did not disappear because someone could not see it. Your future did not close because one chapter ended. You may grieve, you may cry, you may miss them, you may need time, but one day you must remember that you are still here. Your breath is still here. Your path is still here. Your soul is still capable of peace. Beginning again after loss does not mean you forget. It means you stop dying every day beside what has already gone. It means you honor what was, but you do not abandon what can still be. It means you carry the lesson, not the chain. You are allowed to begin again after being tired. Sometimes the soul becomes tired from trying to be strong for too long. You have carried responsibilities, hidden emotions, silent pain, and heavy thoughts. You have smiled when you wanted to break. You have kept moving when you wanted to stop. You have tried to be okay for everyone else, while your own heart was asking for rest. Beginning again does not mean forcing yourself harder. Sometimes beginning again means choosing gentleness. It means resting without guilt. It means giving yourself permission to slow down. It means understanding that you are not a machine. You are a human being with a heart, a mind, and a soul that needs care. In Buddhism, compassion is not only for others. Compassion must also be given to yourself. If you would not speak cruelly to a wounded friend, do not speak cruelly to your own wounded heart. If you would give patience to someone who is healing, give patience to yourself too. You are allowed to begin again with a softer heart. Many people believe that after being hurt, they must become cold. They think the only way to survive is to stop feeling, stop trusting, stop caring, and stop loving deeply. But Buddhism teaches that wisdom is not the same as bitterness. You can become wiser without becoming cruel. You can protect your peace without closing your heart forever. Beginning again may mean learning how to love differently, not with blind attachment, but with awareness, not by losing yourself, but by staying connected to yourself, not by begging to be chosen, but by choosing what is healthy, honest, and peaceful. You do not need to become hard to prove that you survived. Sometimes the deepest strength is staying kind after pain, but now with stronger boundaries. Sometimes the greatest healing is saying, I will not let what happened to me take away the goodness inside me. You are allowed to begin again spiritually. Maybe you have been away from silence. Maybe you have been away from prayer, meditation, mindfulness, or the quiet place inside yourself. Maybe your mind has been full of noise for so long that you forgot what peace feels like. But you can return. You do not need to return perfectly. Just sit for one moment. Breathe once with awareness. Close your eyes and notice your heart. Place your hand on your chest and say, I am here. That small return matters. That small moment can open a door. The path does not demand perfection from you. It asks for presence. It asks for honesty. It asks you to come back again and again, even after you forget, even after you fall, even after you lose your way. This is the beauty of the spiritual path. You can always return. No matter how many times the mind wanders, you can return to the breath. No matter how many times anger rises, you can return to compassion. No matter how many times fear controls you, you can return to awareness. No matter how many times life breaks your plans, you can return to the present moment. Beginning again is not a single event. It is a practice. Every day, you begin again. Every morning, you meet life again. Every breath gives you another chance to choose how you will live from here. Sometimes, you will begin again many times in one day. You may wake up with hope, then feel sadness again. You may promise peace, then react from pain. You may feel strong, then suddenly feel weak. This does not mean you have failed. It means you are human. The practice is not to never fall. The practice is to return with awareness each time. Do not shame yourself for needing many beginnings. The sun rises every day, not just once. The breath returns again and again, not just once. The heart keeps beating again and again, not just once. Nature itself teaches that renewal is not weakness. Renewal is life. You are allowed to begin again without explaining yourself to everyone. Not everyone will understand your healing. Not everyone will understand your silence, your distance, your new boundaries, or your new peace. Some people may only know the old version of you. They may expect you to remain the same. They may not understand why you no longer accept what you once tolerated. But your healing does not require everyone's approval. Your new beginning does not need permission from people who benefited from your old pain. You are allowed to change. You are allowed to grow. You are allowed to become someone who no longer lives for the comfort of others while abandoning your own soul. Sometimes beginning again means disappointing people who were used to the old you. The old you who said yes when your heart wanted to say no. The old you who stayed quiet to keep peace. The old you who carried everything alone. The old you who apologized for needing respect. The old you who gave too much because you feared being left. But the awakened version of you must learn to live differently, with more honesty, with more awareness, with more self-respect. This is not selfish. This is healing. Buddhism teaches the middle path. This means we do not need to fall into extremes. Beginning again does not mean hating your past or forcing the future. It means walking with balance. It means learning from yesterday, caring for today, and allowing tomorrow to unfold with patience. You do not need to rush your transformation. You do not need to prove your healing quickly. You do not need to become perfect for your new beginning to be real. Even slow growth is still growth. Even one step is still movement. Even a small change in your mind can become the beginning of a new life. So be patient with yourself. The flower does not bloom by shouting at itself. The moon does not become full in one night. The river does not reach the ocean in one step. Everything natural takes time. Your healing also deserves time. Begin again with patience. Begin again with compassion. Begin again with honesty. Begin again with the understanding that you are not your worst moment, not your deepest wound, not your biggest mistake, and not the story someone else told about you. You are a living being. You are changing. You are learning. You are becoming. There is still peace available to you. There is still wisdom available to you. There is still love within you. There is still a path beneath your feet, even if you cannot see the whole road right now. So take one breath. Let it remind you that you are alive. Take one step. Let it remind you that you are not stuck. Speak one kind word to yourself. Let it remind you that you are worthy of gentleness. You are allowed to begin again today. Not because the past was perfect, but because the present is still open. Not because you never fell, but because you can rise with more awareness. Not because life has been easy, but because your soul is still here, still breathing, still searching, still capable of awakening. And sometimes, the most beautiful chapter of your life begins after the moment you thought everything was over. 10. Silence can heal what noise cannot. Buddhism teaches that silence is not empty. Silence is not weakness. Silence is not the absence of life. Silence is the space where the soul can finally breathe again. In this world, we are surrounded by noise. Not only the noise of traffic, phones, voices, messages and distractions, but also the noise inside the mind. Thoughts that never stop, memories that keep returning, fears about the future, regrets from the past, the need to explain yourself, the pressure to prove your worth, the desire to be understood by people who may never understand you. And slowly, the soul becomes tired. You may not even realize how much noise you are carrying. You wake up, and your mind is already busy. You think about what went wrong. You think about what someone said. You think about what you need to do. You think about what you lost. You think about what might happen next. Even when the world is quiet, your mind may still feel loud. This is why Buddhism teaches us to return to silence. Not because silence will magically remove every problem, but because silence gives you the space to see your problems clearly. Noise confuses the mind. Silence reveals the truth. When you are always surrounded by noise, you do not hear your own heart. You hear the opinions of others. You hear the expectations of society. You hear the voice of fear. You hear the voice of comparison. You hear the voice of old pain. You hear everything except the quiet wisdom inside you. But when you sit in silence, something begins to change. At first, silence may feel uncomfortable. You may feel restless. You may want to grab your phone. You may want to play something in the background. You may want to distract yourself, because silence forces you to meet what you have been avoiding. This is why many people are afraid of silence. Not because silence is dangerous, but because silence reveals what noise has been hiding. In silence, you begin to notice your sadness. You begin to notice your anger. You begin to notice your loneliness. You begin to notice the pain you kept pushing away. You begin to notice the truth about what is draining you, what is hurting you, and what is no longer peaceful for your soul. And this is where healing begins. Healing does not begin when you run from your pain. Healing begins when you finally sit with it without hatred. Healing begins when you stop trying to cover every wound with distraction. Healing begins when you stop filling every empty space with noise and allow your heart to speak honestly. Buddhism teaches mindfulness, and mindfulness grows in silence. When you sit quietly, you learn to observe. You observe your breath. You observe your thoughts. You observe your feelings. You observe the way your mind moves from one worry to another. You observe how the past keeps calling you back and how the future keeps pulling you forward. And slowly, you realize something powerful. You are not the noise in your mind. You are the awareness that can hear the noise. This realization can change your life, because when you believe every thought, the mind becomes your master. But when you observe your thoughts in silence, you begin to see them as passing clouds. Some thoughts are painful, some thoughts are fearful, some thoughts are full of anger, some thoughts are full of regret, but they are still thoughts. They rise, they stay for a moment, and they pass. Silence teaches you not to chase every thought. It teaches you not to fight every thought. It teaches you to sit still and let the mind settle, the way muddy water becomes clear when it is no longer disturbed. Imagine a bowl of water filled with mud. If you keep shaking it, the water remains cloudy. You cannot see through it. But if you place the bowl down and leave it still, the mud slowly settles at the bottom and the water becomes clear again. Your mind is the same. When you keep adding noise, reacting to everything, answering every fear, replaying every memory, and chasing every distraction, your mind stays cloudy. But when you become still, even for a little while, clarity begins to return. This is why silence can heal what noise cannot. Noise may entertain you for a moment, but silence can understand you. Noise may distract you from pain, but silence can help you face it. Noise may cover your wound, but silence can show you where the wound is and what it needs. Many people try to heal by escaping themselves. They scroll for hours. They talk to everyone except their own heart. They keep music, videos, and conversations around them all the time because they are afraid of feeling alone. But the more they escape, the more disconnected they become from themselves. Buddhism does not ask you to hate the world or leave everything behind. It simply teaches you to come back to yourself. It teaches you that a peaceful life needs moments of stillness. A tired soul needs moments where nothing is demanded from it. A wounded heart needs moments where it is not judged, rushed, or distracted. Silence is not about doing nothing. Silence is about listening deeply. When you sit in silence, ask yourself gently, what am I truly feeling? Not what you show to the world, not what you pretend to be, not what you tell others so they will stop asking. What are you truly feeling? Maybe you are tired, maybe you are disappointed, maybe you are grieving something you never fully accepted. Maybe you are angry because you gave too much to people who did not value you. Maybe you are lonely because you abandoned yourself while trying to be loved by others. In silence, these truths rise to the surface. And when they rise, do not push them away. Do not shame yourself. Do not say, I should not feel this. Simply breathe and say, I see this, I feel this, I am listening. Sometimes the soul does not need another solution. Sometimes it just needs to be heard. There are pains inside us that cannot be healed by advice. There are wounds that cannot be healed by another motivational sentence. There are emotions that cannot be healed by pretending to be strong. Some things can only soften when we finally sit with them in silence and allow them to exist without fighting them. This is the compassion of silence. Silence does not ask you to perform. Silence does not ask you to smile. Silence does not ask you to explain your pain in perfect words. Silence simply gives you permission to be with yourself as you are. And for a broken or tired soul, this is deeply healing, because much of our pain comes from always performing. We perform happiness, we perform strength, we perform confidence, we perform peace. We say, I am okay, when we are not okay. We keep moving because life expects us to move. We keep giving because people expect us to give. We keep hiding our tiredness because we fear being misunderstood. But silence asks nothing from you. Silence allows you to remove the mask. In silence, you can cry if you need to cry. You can breathe if that is all you can do. You can place your hand on your heart and feel that you are still here. You can stop pretending for a moment. You can let your soul rest from the pressure of being strong. This is not weakness, this is healing. Buddhism teaches that suffering becomes heavier when we resist it. When we say, I should not be sad, sadness becomes heavier. When we say, "I should not be afraid," fear becomes heavier. When we say, "I should already be healed," the wound becomes heavier. But in silence, we learn to meet our suffering with awareness. We stop attacking ourselves for being human. We stop running from emotions that only wanted to be understood. We stop treating our pain like an enemy and begin treating it like a messenger. Ask your pain, "What are you trying to show me?" Ask your sadness, "What part of me needs care?" Ask your anger, "What boundary was crossed?" Ask your fear, "What do you need to feel safe?" Ask your loneliness, "Where have I abandoned myself?" These questions cannot be answered in noise. They need silence. They need space. They need honesty. Silence also teaches you to stop reacting. When life hurts you, the first instinct of the mind is to react quickly, to speak in anger, to send the message, to defend yourself, to explain everything, to prove your side, to make someone understand your pain. But silence creates a small pause between what happens and how you respond, and that pause is powerful. In that pause, wisdom can enter. When someone disrespects you, silence can help you respond with dignity instead of anger. When someone leaves you, silence can help you feel grief without begging for what is gone. When your mind becomes anxious, silence can help you breathe before fear controls you. When life becomes uncertain, silence can help you stand still instead of running in every direction. A peaceful person is not someone who never feels pain. A peaceful person is someone who has learned to pause before becoming controlled by pain. This pause is one of the gifts of silence. Noise makes you reactive. Silence makes you aware. Noise pushes you outward. Silence brings you inward. Noise makes you chase answers. Silence helps you hear wisdom. Noise makes you forget yourself. Silence helps you return. In Buddhism, silence is not only the absence of speaking, it is the practice of being present. You can be silent while walking. You can be silent while drinking tea. You can be silent while watching the sky. You can be silent while breathing slowly. You can be silent while sitting alone and allowing life to be exactly as it is for one moment. This kind of silence is not loneliness. It is intimacy with your own being. Many people fear being alone because they have never learned how to be present with themselves. They think silence means emptiness. But when you practice silence with awareness, you discover that silence is full. It is full of breath, full of presence, full of truth, full of healing, full of quiet strength. You begin to enjoy your own company. You begin to understand that you do not always need someone else to complete the moment. You do not always need entertainment to feel alive. You do not always need approval to feel worthy. In silence, you remember that your existence is enough. This is especially important for a searching soul, because when you are searching for meaning, you may look everywhere outside yourself. You may look in people, you may look in success, you may look in praise, you may look in love, you may look in achievements. But silence brings you back to the truth that meaning is not only found outside, it also awakens inside. The more you sit quietly with yourself, the more you begin to hear the voice beneath all the noise. Not the loud voice of fear, not the harsh voice of self-judgment, not the voice of the world telling you who to be, but the deeper voice of awareness. This voice is gentle. It does not shout. It does not force. It simply reminds you, come back, breathe, see clearly, let go, be here. This is why silence is sacred in the Buddhist path, because silence helps you return to the present moment, and the present moment is where peace lives. The past is loud. It speaks through regret, memory, and pain. The future is loud. It speaks through worry, imagination, and fear. But the present moment is quiet. It does not demand a story. It simply asks you to be here. When you breathe in silence, you return to now. When you return to now, the mind begins to loosen its grip. You may still have problems. You may still have wounds. You may still have responsibilities. But for one moment, you are not lost in the past or trapped in the future. You are here. And sometimes, one moment of true presence is enough to remind the soul that peace is still possible. Silence can also help you understand what no longer belongs in your life. When you are constantly busy, you may ignore your own truth. You may stay in places that drain you. You may keep giving to people who never give back. You may keep following paths that no longer feel right. You may keep saying yes when your soul is begging you to say no. But silence reveals what noise helps you avoid. In silence, you may realize that you are tired of pretending. You may realize that a relationship is no longer healthy. You may realize that you have been living for other people's approval. You may realize that you have been carrying pain that was never yours to carry. You may realize that peace requires change. This is why silence is not always comfortable. Sometimes silence shows you truths you have been avoiding. But those truths are not there to destroy you. They are there to free you. A truth that hurts can still heal you if it brings you back to yourself. Buddhism teaches us to see clearly. Clear seeing is not always easy, but it is necessary. You cannot heal what you refuse to see. You cannot release what you refuse to admit. You cannot change what you keep covering with distraction. Silence gives you the courage to see, and once you see clearly, you can choose differently. You can choose to stop chasing people who make you feel small. You can choose to stop returning to the thoughts that break your peace. You can choose to stop filling every moment with distraction. You can choose to stop explaining yourself to those who are committed to misunderstanding you. You can choose to stop abandoning yourself just to avoid being alone. Silence does not only calm you, silence strengthens you. It strengthens your patience. It strengthens your awareness. It strengthens your self-respect. It strengthens your ability to respond instead of react. It strengthens your connection to your own heart. When you practice silence, you begin to understand that not everything needs your answer. Not every argument needs your energy. Not every opinion needs your defense. Not every person deserves access to your peace. Sometimes silence is the wisest response. When someone tries to pull you into anger, silence can protect your dignity. When someone misunderstands you on purpose, silence can protect your energy. When someone wants a reaction from your pain, silence can protect your peace. When your own mind becomes loud with fear, silence can protect your awareness. This does not mean you become weak or passive. It means you become selective with your energy. You learn when to speak and when to stay still. You learn when to explain and when to let people think what they want. You learn when to act and when to breathe. This is wisdom. A person who cannot sit in silence is easily controlled by noise. But a person who has learned silence becomes harder to disturb. They do not need to react to everything. They do not need to prove themselves to everyone. They do not need to chase every thought. They do not need to follow every emotion. They become rooted. Like a tree, they may feel the wind, but they do not fall with every storm. This is what silence can build inside you. A quiet root, a calm center, a place within yourself that the world cannot easily steal. Of course, silence does not mean you will never suffer again. You are human. You will still feel sadness. You will still feel fear. You will still face change, loss, disappointment, and uncertainty. But silence teaches you how to meet these things differently. Instead of running, you breathe. Instead of reacting, you observe. Instead of judging yourself, you listen. Instead of drowning in noise, you return to stillness. And slowly, you begin to heal. Not all at once, not perfectly, not in a way that removes every scar, but in a way that helps you become more whole, more aware, and more gentle with yourself. Your soul does not need endless noise to survive. Your soul needs moments of silence where it can remember its own nature. Beneath the fear, there is awareness. Beneath the sadness, there is tenderness. Beneath the confusion, there is wisdom waiting to be heard. So give yourself silence. Even if it is only 5 minutes, sit quietly, turn off the noise, put down the phone, Close your eyes. Breathe slowly. Let your body soften. Let your mind speak, but do not chase every thought. Let your heart feel, but do not judge every emotion. Just be here. Let silence hold you. Let silence show you what needs healing. Let silence remind you that you do not have to run from yourself. Because sometimes the answer is not found in more noise. Sometimes the answer is found when everything becomes quiet enough for your soul to finally speak. And when you learn to listen, you may discover that the peace you were searching for was never far away. It was beneath the noise. It was beneath the fear. It was beneath the endless thoughts. It was waiting in the stillness. Silence can heal what noise cannot, because silence brings you back to yourself. And returning to yourself is one of the deepest forms of healing. 11. Loving deeply means accepting loss. Buddhism teaches that everything we love is touched by impermanence. Nothing in this world stays exactly the same forever. People change, feelings change, relationships change, bodies age, seasons pass, moments disappear. The people we love today may not always be beside us in the same way tomorrow. This truth can feel painful because the human heart wants to hold on. When we love someone, we want them to stay. When we enjoy a beautiful moment, we want it to last. When life gives us comfort, we want it to remain untouched. But life does not remain still just because we are afraid of losing what we love. This is one of the deepest lessons of being human. To love anything in this world is to also understand that one day it may change, fade, leave, or end. This does not make love meaningless. It makes love precious. Many people suffer because they want love without loss. They want connection without change. They want relationships without uncertainty. They want beautiful moments without endings. But Buddhism teaches that attachment to permanence creates suffering because we are asking life to become something it cannot be. Life is always moving. The river is always flowing. The flower blooms, then fades. The sun rises, then sets. The child grows. The young become old. The present moment becomes memory. This is not a mistake in life. This is the nature of life. When you understand impermanence, you do not stop loving. You learn to love more wisely. You learn to love with open hands instead of a closed fist. You learn to appreciate what is here without trying to possess it forever. You learn to say, this moment is beautiful because it is here now, not because it will stay forever. This is difficult for the heart to accept, especially when you have lost someone or something deeply important. Loss can feel like a part of your own soul has been taken away. It can feel unfair. It can feel confusing. It can make you ask, why did this happen? Why did they leave? Why did life give me love if it was going to take it away? But Buddhism gently reminds us that love was not false because it changed. A moment was not meaningless because it ended. A person was not unimportant because they could not stay forever. The beauty of something is not erased by its ending. A flower is still beautiful even though it does not bloom forever. A sunset is still meaningful even though it fades into night. A friendship can still be real even if it changes. A love can still have touched your life even if it did not last the way you hoped. The mind often believes that if something ends, it failed. But in Buddhism, endings are not always failures. Sometimes an ending is simply part of the natural movement of life. Sometimes people enter your life for a season, a lesson, an awakening, or a chapter. They may not stay until the end of your journey, but they may still leave something important inside you. Loving deeply means accepting this truth. It means knowing that love is not ownership. Love is not control. Love is not forcing someone or something to remain unchanged so that you can feel safe. Real love has tenderness, but it also has wisdom. It understands that everything is living, moving, changing, and passing. When you try to own what you love, love becomes fear. You become afraid of losing, afraid of change, afraid of silence, afraid of distance, afraid of endings, and then love no longer feels peaceful. It becomes anxiety, it becomes control, it becomes constant worry. But when you love with awareness, you begin to understand that you cannot stop life from changing. You can only be present while love is here. You can only be grateful while the moment is alive. You can only treat people with kindness while you have the chance. You can only open your heart without demanding that life promise you forever. This is why the teaching of impermanence is not meant to make you cold. It is meant to make you awake. When you remember that everything can change, you stop postponing love. You stop waiting to speak kindly. You stop taking people for granted. You stop assuming there will always be another day, another chance, another conversation, another moment to show care. You begin to understand that every moment is sacred because it is temporary. If someone is in your life today, appreciate them today. If you love someone, do not wait until loss teaches you the value of their presence. If you have peace today, notice it. If you have health today, be thankful. If you have a quiet morning, breathe it in. If someone makes your life lighter, let your heart feel gratitude. The awareness of loss can make love more beautiful, not less beautiful. But still, loss hurts. Buddhism does not deny this. It does not ask you to pretend that losing someone is easy. It does not ask you to smile when your heart is breaking. It does not ask you to become emotionless. Buddhism understands suffering. It understands grief. It understands that when something we love changes or disappears, the heart needs time to understand what the mind already knows. Grief is not weakness. Grief is love meeting impermanence. When you grieve, you are not failing spiritually. You are not being less wise. You are not being less strong. You are simply human. You loved something, and now your heart is learning how to live with its absence. This takes time. This takes gentleness. This takes patience. Do not rush your grief. Do not shame yourself for missing what is gone. Do not tell yourself, I should be over this by now. The heart does not heal according to the clock. It heals through awareness, compassion, acceptance, and time. Some days you may feel peaceful. Other days, a memory may return and make your heart heavy again. This does not mean you are going backward. It means the wound is still learning how to soften. Healing is not always a straight path. Sometimes healing is returning to the same pain with a little more kindness each time. Buddhism teaches us to sit with what is present. If sadness is present, sit with sadness. If longing is present, sit with longing. If tears come, let them come. Do not run from the feeling. Do not Humadian the feeling. Just hold it with awareness. You can say, this is grief. This is love in another form. This is my heart, learning to release what it once held. When loss comes, the mind often tries to fight reality. It says, this should not have happened. It says, they should still be here. It says, life should have been different. And these thoughts make the pain heavier, because we are not only grieving the loss, we are also fighting the truth that life has changed. Acceptance does not mean you like the loss. Acceptance does not mean the loss does not matter. Acceptance means you stop arguing with what has already happened. It means you gently say, this has happened, and now I must learn how to carry it with wisdom. This is not easy, but it is freeing. Because when you stop fighting reality, you can begin to heal inside reality. You can begin to breathe again. You can begin to honor what was, while still allowing yourself to live. You can begin to carry the love without carrying the chain. Some people think that moving forward means forgetting. But moving forward does not mean forgetting. It means remembering without destroying yourself. It means allowing love to remain in your heart without letting grief become the prison of your life. It means saying, this mattered, and I am grateful. This hurt, and I am healing. This changed me, but I am still here. Loving deeply means accepting that you may lose, but it also means understanding that loss does not erase love. Sometimes love changes form. It becomes memory. It becomes wisdom. It becomes gratitude. It becomes compassion. It becomes a softer way of seeing the world. The person you lost may no longer be beside you, but what they taught you may remain. The chapter may have ended, but the growth it gave you may remain. The moment may have passed, but the tenderness it awakened in you may remain. Nothing stays the same, but nothing real is truly wasted. Every love leaves an imprint. Every connection teaches something. Every loss opens a deeper understanding of life, if you allow it to awaken you instead of close you. But there is another kind of loss many people carry silently. It is not only the loss of a person. Sometimes we lose a version of ourselves. Sometimes we lose a dream. Sometimes we lose the life we thought we would have. Sometimes we lose the trust we once had. Sometimes we lose innocence. Sometimes we lose the old heart that believed people would never hurt us. These losses also deserve compassion. Maybe you are grieving who you used to be before life disappointed you. Maybe you are grieving a future you imagined with someone. Maybe you are grieving time you cannot get back. Maybe you are grieving the person you became while trying to survive. This kind of grief is quiet, but it is real. Buddhism teaches that identity itself is changing. You are not one fixed self. You are always becoming. This means the loss of an old self can be painful, but it can also become an opening. The person you used to be may be gone, but a wiser version of you can slowly emerge. You may not become the person you expected to become, but you can become someone more awake, more compassionate, more honest, and more peaceful. Loss can break the illusion that everything is under your control, but sometimes that broken illusion is the beginning of freedom. Because when you stop believing you can control everything, you begin to live more humbly, more presently, more gently. You stop gripping life so tightly. You stop demanding guarantees. You stop needing every person to stay forever before you allow yourself to love. You understand that life is uncertain, but you can still meet it with an open heart. This is the courage of loving deeply. Many people close their hearts after loss. They say, "I will never love again. I will never trust again. I will never care again." They think that becoming hard will protect them. But Buddhism teaches that closing the heart does not remove suffering. It only creates another kind of suffering. A closed heart may avoid some pain, but it also blocks joy. It blocks connection. It blocks compassion. It blocks the beauty of being fully alive. To love deeply means you accept the risk of pain, but you do not let the fear of pain steal the beauty of love. You understand that every meaningful connection carries uncertainty, but you also understand that a life without love is not truly safe. It is only smaller. This does not mean you love blindly. It does not mean you ignore red flags. It does not mean you give your heart to those who keep harming you. Wisdom matters. Boundaries matter. Self-respect matters. But do not confuse wisdom with emotional coldness. Do not let one loss convince you that your heart should never open again. You can love again, but with awareness. You can care again, but with boundaries. You can trust again, but slowly and wisely. You can open your heart, but not abandon yourself. This is mature love. This is human love. This is love touched by wisdom. When Buddhism speaks about non-attachment, it does not mean you should never care. It means you should not cling so tightly that love becomes suffering. Non-attachment means allowing life to move without trying to control every outcome. It means loving fully while remembering that nothing belongs to us forever. Even our own body is not ours forever. Even our breath is temporary. Every inhale arrives, and every exhale leaves. Life itself is a continuous lesson in receiving and releasing. You receive a moment, and then you release it. You receive a person's presence, and one day you may have to release them. You receive youth, and then you release it. You receive success, and it may change. You receive pain, and even pain eventually changes form. When you understand this rhythm, you suffer less. Not because loss disappears, but because you stop treating loss as a mistake. You begin to see it as part of the human path. This is what it means to be truly human, to love what cannot stay forever, to hold beauty while knowing it is fragile, to open your heart even though life is uncertain, to grieve when something ends, but not become dead inside because of the ending. The heart that accepts loss becomes more present. It stops wasting time on small anger. It stops delaying gratitude. It stops treating ordinary moments as meaningless. It understands that one day, even the simple things may become memories. The voice of someone you love, a shared meal, a quiet walk, a message, a smile, a morning that felt normal, a room filled with familiar presence. These things may seem small while they are happening, but after loss, you realize they were never small. They were life. So let impermanence make you more awake. Let it teach you to live with softer eyes. Let it teach you to listen more deeply. Let it teach you to forgive faster when forgiveness is healthy. Let it teach you to stop taking love for granted. Let it teach you to be here, because here is the only moment you truly have. If you are grieving a loss right now, be gentle with yourself. Do not force your heart to move faster than it can. Do not compare your healing to anyone else's. Do not let people tell you your pain is too much or too long. Your heart is learning a new way to live. Sit with your grief like you would sit with a wounded friend. Do not push it away. Do not drown in it. Just be present. Breathe. Place your hand on your heart. Say, I am hurting because I loved, and because I loved, my heart is human. There is no shame in this. Over time, the sharpness of loss may soften. The memory may still remain, but it may no longer cut you the same way. You may begin to smile at what once only made you cry. You may begin to feel gratitude beside sadness. You may begin to understand that love and loss can live together inside the same heart. This is healing. Healing does not mean the love disappears. It means the love becomes peaceful enough to carry. It means the memory becomes less of a wound and more of a quiet light. It means you can honor what was without losing what still is. Because life is still here. Your breath is still here. The sky is still here. The path is still here. There are still moments waiting to be lived. There is still kindness waiting to be given. There is still peace waiting to be practiced. There is still love waiting to move through you in new ways. Loss may close one door, but it does not close your entire life. The Buddhist path teaches us that every experience can become awakening. Love can awaken you. Loss can awaken you. Grief can awaken you. Letting go can awaken you. The question is not whether life will change. Life will change. The question is whether you will meet that change with resistance or with awareness. When you love deeply, you must also learn to release deeply. Not because you are careless, but because you are wise. Not because you stop loving, but because you understand that love is not ownership. Love is a sacred meeting between two changing beings in a changing world. So love what is here, but do not forget that it is here now. Appreciate the people in your life, but do not try to turn them into possessions. Enjoy the beautiful moments, but do not demand that they never pass. Hold life tenderly, not tightly, and when loss comes, as it comes to every human being, meet it with compassion. Let yourself grieve, let yourself feel, let yourself remember, but also let yourself continue. Let yourself breathe. Let yourself heal. Let yourself awaken, because loving deeply means accepting loss, but accepting loss does not mean becoming hopeless. It means becoming present. It means becoming grateful. It means becoming wise enough to understand that everything is temporary, and because it is temporary, it is precious. Do not let impermanence make you afraid to love. Let it teach you to love with more awareness. Let it teach you to speak kindly while there is time. Let it teach you to forgive yourself for what you did not know before. Let it teach you to live awake. One day, everything we hold will change. But right now, this breath is here. This moment is here. This chance to love, to heal, to forgive, to be present, and to awaken is here. So do not waste your heart trying to make life permanent. Use your heart to meet life deeply while it is here. Love deeply, release gently, grieve honestly, heal patiently. And remember, loss does not mean love was a mistake. It means love was real enough to touch you, teach you, and awaken something deeper within you. 12. Being truly human means awakening through everything. Buddhism teaches that being truly human does not mean living without pain. It does not mean becoming perfect, always peaceful, always strong, or always happy. To be truly human means to experience life fully, with all its beauty and all its suffering, and still use every experience as a path toward awakening. Many people think the spiritual path means escaping the hard parts of life. They think awakening means never feeling sadness, never feeling anger, never feeling fear, never feeling loneliness, and never feeling broken. But Buddhism does not teach us to escape our humanity. It teaches us to understand it. You are human, so you will feel, you will love, you will lose, you will hope, you will become disappointed, you will trust, and sometimes that trust will be broken. You will make mistakes. You will sometimes react from pain. You will sometimes forget your wisdom. You will sometimes know the right path and still struggle to walk it. This does not mean you are failing. It means you are walking the human path. Being truly human means understanding that every part of life can become a teacher. Joy can teach you gratitude. Pain can teach you compassion. Loss can teach you impermanence. Betrayal can teach you boundaries. Loneliness can teach you how to return to yourself. Failure can teach you humility. Silence can teach you awareness. Love can teach you openness. Letting go can teach you freedom. Nothing in life is wasted when you meet it with awareness. The same experience that makes one person bitter can make another person wise. The same heartbreak that closes one heart can open another heart deeper. The same failure that makes one person give up can awaken another person to begin again. It is not only what happens to you that shapes your life, it is how you meet what happens to you. Buddhism teaches us to meet life with awareness instead of unconscious reaction. When pain comes, the sleeping mind reacts quickly. It becomes angry, afraid, defensive, jealous, attached, or hopeless. It says, "Why me?" It says, "This should not happen." It says, "I cannot survive this." It says, "My life is over." But the awakened mind pauses. It breathes. It looks deeply. It asks, "What is this teaching me? Where am I attached? What truth am I avoiding? What part of me needs compassion? How can I respond with wisdom instead of pain?" This pause is the beginning of awakening. Awakening does not always come in a temple. It does not always come during meditation. It does not always come when life is calm and beautiful. Sometimes awakening begins in the moments you never wanted. It begins when your heart breaks and you finally see what you were clinging to. It begins when someone leaves and you finally return to yourself. It begins when you lose control and learn surrender. It begins when life disappoints you and you discover what cannot be taken from within. Sometimes your suffering becomes the doorway. This does not mean suffering is good. It does not mean you should search for pain. It does not mean what hurt you was right. It simply means that even pain can become a teacher when you bring awareness to it. Buddhism does not ask you to love suffering. It asks you not to waste suffering. If you suffer without awareness, pain becomes only pain. But if you suffer with awareness, pain can become wisdom. It can show you where your heart is attached. It can show you where your expectations are too heavy. It can show you what needs to be healed. It can show you where you abandoned yourself. It can show you the truth you were not ready to see before. This is how awakening happens through everything. Being truly human means you are not here to avoid every storm. You are here to learn how to stand in the storm without losing your soul. You are here to learn how to feel pain without becoming cruel. You are here to learn how to love without clinging. You are here to learn how to lose without believing your life has ended. You are here to learn how to begin again after every ending. There will be days when you feel strong, and there will be days when you feel tired. There will be days when your heart feels open, and there will be days when your heart wants to close. There will be days when peace feels close, and there will be days when your mind feels full of noise. This is part of being human. Do not hate yourself for having human days. Many people become cruel to themselves because they expect their healing to be perfect. They think once they understand something, they should never struggle with it again. They think once they learn to let go, they should never feel attachment again. They think once they choose peace, they should never feel anger again. But awakening is not a straight line, it is a return. Again and again, you return to awareness. Again and again, you return to the breath. Again and again, you return to compassion. Again and again, you return to truth. You may forget, and then you return. You may fall, and then you return. You may react, and then you return. You may feel lost, and then you return. This returning is the practice. A river does not reach the ocean in one perfect movement. It bends, moves around rocks, becomes narrow, becomes wide, slows down, speeds up, and still continues. In the same way, your path will not always be smooth, but it can still carry you toward wisdom. Being truly human means accepting that you are both wounded and capable of healing. You are both tired and capable of beginning again. You are both imperfect and capable of awakening. You are not only your pain, and you are not only your peace. You are the space where both can be seen with awareness. This is a beautiful truth. You do not need to reject your humanity in order to become spiritual. You do not need to pretend you never feel jealousy, anger, sadness, fear, loneliness, or confusion. The spiritual path begins with honesty. If anger is present, see anger. If grief is present, see grief. If fear is present, see fear. If attachment is present, see attachment. What you can see clearly, you can understand. What you understand, you can slowly transform. But what you deny continues to control you. This is why Buddhism invites you to look deeply. Do not run from your own mind. Do not cover your wounds with noise. Do not pretend that your heart is peaceful when it is asking for care. Sit with yourself. Breathe. Listen. See what is truly happening inside you. When you look with awareness, you may discover that your anger is hiding pain, your attachment is hiding fear, your jealousy is hiding insecurity, your silence is hiding exhaustion, your overthinking is hiding a deep need for safety, your sadness is hiding love that had nowhere to go. Awakening means seeing beneath the surface. Most people live only on the surface of themselves. They react to emotions without understanding them. They chase desires without questioning them. They judge others without seeing their own wounds. They run from silence because silence reveals too much. They keep moving because stopping would make them feel what they have avoided. But to be truly human is to become brave enough to look within, not to punish yourself, not to shame yourself, not to call yourself weak, but to understand yourself. Because understanding is the beginning of compassion, and compassion is the beginning of transformation. When you understand your pain, you stop hating yourself for it. When you understand your fear, you stop letting it secretly rule you. When you understand your attachments, you stop confusing them with love. When you understand your wounds, you stop using them to harm yourself or others. This is awakening. Awakening is not becoming someone else. It is becoming more aware of who you are, what moves you, what controls you, what hurts you, and what frees you. It is not about building a perfect image. It is about seeing clearly. A truly human person is not someone who never suffers. A truly human person is someone who learns from suffering. A truly human person is not someone who never makes mistakes. A truly human person is someone who becomes more honest after mistakes. A truly human person is not someone who never feels fear. A truly human person is someone who learns to walk with fear without letting fear become the master. Life will keep giving you lessons until you awaken to what they are showing you. The same kind of pain may return in different forms. The same kind of person may appear again. The same emotional pattern may repeat. The same attachment may keep pulling you back. This is not always punishment. Sometimes it is life saying, "Look here. Understand this. Heal this." If you do not learn from pain, you repeat it. If you do not become aware of your patterns become your life. If you do not understand your attachments, you continue calling suffering love. If you do not heal your wounds, you may keep seeing the world through them. Awakening means breaking the cycle. It means saying, "I have suffered enough from this pattern. I am ready to see it. I am ready to understand it. I am ready to choose differently." This choice may be small at first. Maybe you choose silence instead of reacting. Maybe you choose self-respect instead of begging. Maybe you choose honesty instead of pretending. Maybe you choose peace instead of returning to the same wound. Maybe you choose to sit with your pain instead of escaping it. Maybe you choose to forgive yourself instead of punishing yourself forever. Small choices can become deep awakening. You do not need to transform your whole life in one day. Buddhism teaches patience. The mind is trained slowly. The heart heals slowly. Wisdom grows slowly. A flower does not bloom by force. A tree does not become strong overnight. The moon does not become full in one moment. Everything real takes time, so be patient with your awakening. There may be days when you feel wise, and days when you feel lost. There may be days when you feel peaceful, and days when you are controlled by old habits. Do not use those moments to attack yourself. Use them to practice returning. Say to yourself, "I forgot my wisdom for a moment, but I can return." Say, "I reacted from pain, but I can learn." Say, "I am still human, and I am still walking the path." This kindness toward yourself matters. Without compassion, the spiritual path becomes another way to punish yourself. You begin judging every emotion, every mistake, every weakness, every human reaction. But Buddhism is not a path of self-hatred. It is a path of awareness and compassion. You cannot awaken by hating the parts of you that are still asleep. You awaken by bringing light to them. A dark room does not become bright by being punished. It becomes bright when a light is turned on. In the same way, the dark places inside you do not heal through shame. They heal through awareness, honesty, and compassion. Being truly human means allowing the light of awareness to touch every part of your life. Not only the beautiful parts, but also the painful parts. Not only your kindness, but also your anger. Not only your strength, but also your fear. Not only your peace, but also your confusion. Everything can become part of the path. Your relationships can become part of the path. The way you speak, listen, love, forgive, and set boundaries can become practice. Your work can become part of the path. The way you handle pressure, disappointment, and responsibility can become practice. Your loneliness can become part of the path. It can teach you how to sit with yourself. Your grief can become part of the path. It can teach you tenderness and impermanence. Your mistakes can become part of the path. They can teach humility and wisdom. The path is not separate from life. Life is the path. This means you do not have to wait for perfect conditions to awaken. You do not have to wait until you are in a peaceful place. You do not have to wait until life becomes easy. You can practice right here, in the middle of your ordinary life. When someone speaks harshly, practice patience. When fear rises, practice breathing. When attachment appears, practice seeing clearly. When sadness comes, practice compassion. When anger burns, practice pausing. When joy appears, practice gratitude. When loss comes, practice letting go. When silence arrives, practice listening. Every moment is an invitation. Being truly human means you are always being invited to wake up. Sometimes the invitation comes softly, through beauty, love, gratitude, and peace. Sometimes the invitation comes painfully, through endings, failure, disappointment, and loss. But both can awaken you if you are willing to see. The soft moments teach you to appreciate life. The hard moments teach you not to cling to life. The joyful moments teach gratitude. The painful moments teach depth. The calm moments teach presence. The difficult moments teach strength. When you understand this, you stop dividing life into only good and bad. You begin to ask a deeper question. How can this become part of my awakening? This question changes everything. Instead of saying, "Why is this happening to me?" you begin to ask, "What is this showing me?" Instead of saying, "This ruined me," you begin to ask, "How can I grow from this without becoming bitter?" Instead of saying, "I lost everything," you begin to ask, "What still remains within me that cannot be taken?" This is not easy, but it is powerful. Because when you live this way, life cannot completely defeat you. It can hurt you, but it can also awaken you. It can break your plans, but it can also open your eyes. It can take something from you, but it can also reveal what is deeper than loss. To be truly human is to discover that you are deeper than what happens to you. You are not only your story, you are not only your past, you are not only your wounds, you are not only the names people gave you, the mistakes you made, or the pain you survived. You are awareness. You are the one who can see, learn, heal, choose, and awaken. This does not mean the ego disappears overnight. It does not mean suffering ends immediately. It means you begin to relate to life differently. You begin to stop identifying with every thought, every emotion, every role, every attachment. You begin to see that everything is changing, and because everything is changing, you can stop clinging so tightly. You can love, but not possess. You can care, but not lose yourself. You can work, but not become your success. You can fail, but not become your failure. You can suffer, but not become your suffering. You can heal, but not rush your healing. This is freedom. The more you awaken, the more gentle you become. Not weak, but gentle. Not foolish, but compassionate. Not blind, but wise. You begin to see that everyone is carrying something. Everyone wants peace. Everyone fears pain. Everyone is shaped by causes, conditions, wounds, memories, and desires. This understanding softens judgment. You may still protect yourself. You may still set boundaries. You may still walk away from harm. But you do not need to carry hatred. You do not need to become hard. You do not need to let someone else's darkness remove the light inside you. Awakening through everything means even difficult people can teach you. They can teach you patience. They can teach you discernment. They can teach you boundaries. They can teach you how not to become like them. They can teach you to protect your peace without poisoning your own heart. Awakening does not mean allowing harm. It means learning from everything without becoming a prisoner of anything. Even your pain can teach compassion. When you have suffered, you begin to understand the suffering of others. When you have felt loneliness, you become more gentle with lonely hearts. When you have known grief, you become more tender toward those who are grieving. When you have made mistakes, you become less cruel toward those who are still learning. Your wounds can become doors to compassion, but only if you let them open you instead of close you. This is one of the greatest choices of being human. Pain can make you bitter, or pain can make you deeper. Loss can make you cold, or loss can make you more present. Betrayal can make you hateful, or betrayal can make you wiser. Failure can make you ashamed, or failure can make you humble. You cannot always choose what happens, but you can practice choosing what grows from it. Let wisdom grow. Let compassion grow. Let patience grow. Let awareness grow. Do not let bitterness be the only thing that grows from your pain. Being truly human also means accepting that you will never control everything. The mind wants certainty. It wants life to be safe, predictable, and permanent. It wants people to stay the same. It wants plans to unfold perfectly. It wants no loss, no change, no disappointment. But life does not obey the mind's desire for control. Buddhism teaches impermanence because impermanence is the truth of existence. Everything arises and passes away. Every breath comes and goes. Every emotion comes and goes. Every life begins and ends. Every moment appears and disappears. When you resist impermanence, you suffer. When you understand impermanence, you begin to live more peacefully. You stop taking moments for granted. You stop clinging to what must change. You stop building your entire peace on things that cannot stay forever. You learn to live with open hands. Open hands can receive. Open hands can release. Closed fists can only cling, and clinging becomes pain. To awaken through everything is to slowly open the fist of the heart. To say, I love this, but I cannot own it forever. I am grateful for this, but I know it may change. I am here now, and I will meet this moment fully. This is not sadness, this is wisdom. When you live with this wisdom, your life becomes more honest. You stop waiting for a perfect future before you feel peace. You stop believing happiness will only come when everything is under control. You begin to find sacredness in small moments. A breath, a quiet morning, a kind word, a moment of stillness, a simple meal, the feeling of being alive. Awakening is not always dramatic. Sometimes awakening is simply noticing the life you were too busy to see. It is realizing that this moment will never come again. This breath is precious. This day is not ordinary. This person in front of you is not guaranteed forever. This body you live in deserves care. This mind you carry deserves compassion. This heart that has suffered still deserves love. Being truly human means you learn to honor the present moment. The past has lessons, but it is gone. The future has possibilities, but it is not here. The present moment is where life touches you. The present moment is where healing happens. The present moment is where awakening begins. So return to this moment. Again, when your mind runs to regret, return to the breath. When your mind runs to fear, return to the body. When your mind runs to old pain, return to awareness. When your mind runs to what you cannot control, return to what is here. Here, you can breathe. Here, you can choose. Here, you can soften. Here, you can begin again. This is the gift of being human. You are not locked forever inside yesterday. You are not required to become the person pain tried to make you. You are not finished just because one chapter ended. As long as there is breath, there is a possibility of awareness. As long as there is awareness, there is a possibility of change. You can awaken through everything, through the love that opened you, through the loss that humbled you, through the betrayal that taught you boundaries, through the silence that brought you back to yourself, through the failure that made you wiser, through the suffering that made you compassionate, through the endings that taught you how to begin again. Every piece can become part of the path. So do not hate your humanity. Do not shame yourself for feeling deeply. Do not call yourself weak because life has touched you. Do not believe that being tired means you are broken. Do not believe that being lost means you cannot return. You are human. You are learning. You are becoming. And sometimes, becoming is messy. Sometimes, awakening begins with tears. Sometimes, peace begins after confusion. Sometimes, wisdom begins after a mistake. Sometimes, the soul finds its way after losing everything it thought it needed. This is why you must be gentle with yourself. The path of awakening is not walked by perfect people. It is walked by people who suffer and still choose awareness. People who fall and still choose to rise. People who feel fear and still choose courage. People who feel anger and still choose compassion. People who feel lost and still choose to return. That is what makes you truly human. Not perfection, presence, not control, awareness, not a life without wounds, a heart that allows wounds to become wisdom. At the end of everything, being truly human means understanding that your life is not only about what you gain, what you lose, who stays, who leaves, what succeeds, or what fails. Your life is also about how deeply you awaken through it all. Did you become more aware? Did you become more compassionate? Did you learn to let go? Did you learn to love without losing yourself? Did you learn to sit with pain without becoming pain? Did you learn to return to the present moment? Did you learn to forgive yourself? Did you learn to see life clearly? These are the deeper questions, because one day the outside things will change. The body will change. The people around you will change. The world will change. But the wisdom you cultivate, the compassion you practice, the awareness you awaken, these become the light you carry through the changing world. So walk gently. Let life teach you. Let pain deepen you but not harden you. Let love open you but not enslave you. Let loss humble you but not destroy you. Let silence guide you. Let awareness protect you. Let compassion soften you. Let every experience become part of your awakening. You are not here to be untouched by life. You are here to meet life fully and awaken through it. You are not broken beyond healing. You are not too tired to return. You are not too lost to find the path again. Even now, with this breath, you can begin. Even now, with this awareness, you can return. Even now, with this tired heart, you can choose peace. Being truly human means awakening through everything, through the beautiful and the painful, through the calm and the storm, through the holding on and the letting go, through the breaking and the healing. And when you understand this, you stop seeing your life as something that went wrong. You begin to see it as a path that is still unfolding. Every breath is part of the path. Every lesson is part of the path. Every ending is part of the path. Every beginning is part of the path. And you, exactly as you are, wounded, tired, searching, learning, breathing, and becoming, are still on the path. So keep walking, keep returning, keep awakening, one breath at a time. 13. The soul returns home when it stops running. After all these teachings, one truth becomes clear. The human soul suffers most when it keeps running away from itself. We run from pain, we run from silence, we run from memories, we run from our own feelings, we run from the truth, because we are afraid that if we face it, it will destroy us. But Buddhism teaches that what we face with awareness does not destroy us. It begins to free us. For a long time, you may have believed that healing means becoming someone completely different. You may have thought peace means never feeling sadness again, never remembering the past again, never missing anyone again, never feeling fear again. But this is not true peace. True peace is not the absence of every painful feeling. True peace is the ability to sit with yourself without hatred, to breathe through the storm without becoming the storm, and to return to your own heart even after life has shaken you. A broken, tired, and searching soul does not need to be judged. It needs to be understood. It does not need more shame. It needs more compassion. It does not need someone to say, "Why are you still hurting?" It needs a gentle voice that says, "You have carried so much, and now it is time to come home to yourself." This is what the Buddhist path teaches. Come back. Come back to the breath. Come back to the present moment. Come back to awareness. Come back to compassion. Come back to the part of you that still wants peace, even after everything you have been through. Because deep inside, every human being is searching for peace. Some search for it in love. Some search for it in success. Some search for it in approval. Some search for it in pleasure. Some search for it in control. Some search for it by trying to become important in the eyes of others. But Buddhism gently reminds us that peace is not something the world can permanently hand to us. Peace is something we must awaken inside ourselves. This does not mean the outside world does not matter. Love matters, kindness matters, good relationships matter, a safe life matters. But if your inner world is full of war, even the most beautiful outer things cannot give you lasting peace. And if your inner world begins to awaken, even simple moments can become deeply meaningful. You may have spent years waiting for someone to save you, waiting for someone to understand your pain, waiting for someone to apologize, waiting for someone to choose you, waiting for life to finally become fair, waiting for the past to make sense, waiting for your heart to stop hurting on its own. But sometimes, the moment of awakening begins when you stop waiting for everything outside you to change before you begin to heal inside. You may never receive the apology you deserved. You may never get the explanation you needed. You may never understand why certain things happened the way they did. Some people may never admit how deeply they hurt you. Some chapters may never close perfectly. Some questions may remain unanswered. But your peace cannot depend forever on answers that may never come. At some point, your soul must say, even without the apology, I will heal. Even without the closure, I will breathe. Even without their understanding, I will understand myself. Even without the past changing, I will not let the past control the rest of my life. This is not easy, but it is freedom. Buddhism teaches that suffering comes from clinging. We cling to people, we cling to memories, we cling to expectations, we cling to the idea of how life should have been, we cling to old pain because it feels familiar, we cling to identities built from wounds. We say, I am the one who was abandoned, I am the one who was betrayed, I am the one who failed, I am the one who lost everything. But you are more than the story of what happened to you. You are not only the person who was hurt, you are also the person who can become wise. You are not only the person who lost, you are also the person who can learn to live again. You are not only the person who broke, you are also the person who can heal with more depth, more compassion, and more awareness than before. Do not let your pain become your whole identity. Pain may be part of your journey, but it is not the whole truth of who you are. A wound is something you carry. It is not your entire being. A memory is something that happened. It is not your whole life. A mistake is something you made. It is not your final name. A loss is something you experienced. It is not the end of your path. This is why awareness is so powerful. Awareness gives you space between who you are and what you feel. When sadness comes, awareness says, sadness is here, but I am not only sadness. When fear comes, awareness says, fear is here, but I am not only sadness. When regret comes, awareness says, regret is here, but I can learn from it without becoming trapped inside it. This space is where healing begins. Most people live very close to their pain. Every thought becomes personal. Every emotion becomes identity. Every memory becomes a prison. But Buddhism teaches us to step back and observe, not coldly, not with rejection, but with gentle awareness. You watch the mind, you watch the heart, you watch the breath. You watch how pain rises and falls. You watch how thoughts appear and disappear. And slowly, you begin to see that everything changes. This feeling will change. This season will change. This heaviness will change. This confusion will change. Even the version of you who feels lost right now will change. Nothing is permanent. And because nothing is permanent, nothing painful has the power to remain exactly the same forever. This truth is not meant to make you afraid. It is meant to wake you up. If everything changes, then do not waste your whole life holding on to what has already moved away. Do not spend all your energy trying to keep the past alive. Do not give your entire heart to something that keeps cutting your soul. Do not build your home inside a season that was only meant to teach you and pass. Let life move. Let people reveal themselves. Let endings happen when they must. Let the old version of you fall away when it is time. Let the truth be true. Let the heart grieve. Let the breath return. Let awareness guide you forward. This is not weakness, this is wisdom. To be truly human is to understand that life will not always give us what we want, but it can always give us a chance to awaken. Even pain can become a doorway. Even loss can become a teacher. Even silence can become medicine. Even loneliness can become a return to yourself. When you stop running from your life, you begin to see that every experience has been asking you to wake up. The betrayal asked you to wake up to your worth. The heartbreak asked you to wake up to your attachment. The failure asked you to wake up to humility. The loneliness asked you to wake up to your own presence. The silence asked you to wake up to your inner voice. The loss asked you to wake up to impermanence. The suffering asked you to wake up to compassion. Nothing was easy, nothing was simple. Some things may have hurt more than words can explain, but if you bring awareness to them, they do not have to become only wounds. They can become wisdom. This is how the soul returns home, not by pretending nothing happened, not by forcing happiness, not by denying pain, not by becoming cold, but by looking at life honestly and saying, I will not let this pain make me unconscious. I will let it make me awake. Being awake does not mean you never cry. It means you understand your tears. Being awake does not mean you never feel anger. It means you do not let anger become your master. Being awake does not mean you never feel fear. It means you learn to hold fear with compassion. Being awake does not mean you never feel lost. It means you remember that you can return. Return to what? Return to the breath. Return to the present moment. Return to the body. Return to kindness. Return to patience. Return to the simple truth that this moment is the only place where life can be lived. The past may still visit you, but you do not have to live there. The future may still worry you, but you do not have to disappear into it. You can come back to now. Right now, you can breathe. Right now, you can soften your shoulders. Right now, you can stop attacking yourself. Right now, you can say, I am hurting, but I am still here. Right now, you can choose one peaceful thought, one wise action, one gentle word, one moment of silence. This is how healing happens. Not all at once, not perfectly, not like a dramatic miracle. Healing often comes quietly. It comes in the moment you do not react the way you used to. It comes in the moment you choose not to return to the same wound. It comes in the moment you rest instead of forcing yourself. It comes in the moment you forgive yourself for not knowing better before. Healing comes when you stop treating yourself like an enemy. Many broken souls are not only wounded by life, they are wounded by the way they speak to themselves after life hurts them. They say, I am stupid, I am weak. I should have known. I always ruin everything. I will never be enough. But Buddhism teaches compassion, and compassion must include you. You are also a living being. You also deserve mercy. You also deserve patience. You also deserve kindness. You do not become peaceful by hating yourself into change. You become peaceful by understanding yourself deeply enough to stop repeating what hurts you. So speak to yourself gently. Say, I was learning. Say, I was surviving. Say, I did not know then what I know now. Say, I can begin again. Say, I do not have to carry shame forever. There is great power in beginning again. Every breath gives you this chance. Every morning gives you this chance. Every moment of awareness gives you this chance. You are not locked inside your past. You are not trapped inside your mistakes. You are not finished because one chapter ended badly. You are allowed to become new, not fake new, not a version of yourself created only to impress the world, but truly new, more honest, more peaceful, more awake, more connected to your own soul, more careful with your energy, more kind to your own heart, more willing to let go of what destroys your peace. This is the kind of transformation Buddhism points toward. It is not about becoming superior to others. It is not about pretending you are above human pain. It is about becoming more aware, more compassionate, and more free. Freedom does not always mean your life becomes easy. Sometimes freedom means your mind no longer turns every problem into a prison. Sometimes freedom means you can feel sadness without drowning in it. Sometimes freedom means you can love someone without losing yourself. Sometimes freedom means you can remember the past without letting it control your present. Sometimes freedom means you can say goodbye with tears and still trust that life continues. This is deep freedom. And this freedom grows through practice. You practice when you breathe instead of reacting. You practice when you listen instead of judging. You practice when you let go instead of clinging. You practice when you forgive instead of carrying poison. You practice when you rest instead of punishing yourself. You practice when you return to silence instead of escaping into noise. The Buddhist path is not something you only walk in peaceful moments. You walk it in ordinary life. You walk it when someone disappoints you. You walk it when plans fail. You walk it when the mind becomes loud. You walk it when loneliness visits. You walk it when you are tempted to return to what once hurt you. You walk it when you choose awareness, even though pain is present. That is real practice. Anyone can speak about peace when life is easy. But the true test of peace is what you do when life becomes heavy. Do you become hatred, or do you return to compassion? Do you become fear, or do you return to breath? Do you become bitterness, or do you return to wisdom? Do you become the wound, or do you allow the wound to teach you? This does not mean you will always choose perfectly. You are human. You will forget. You will fall. You will react. You will sometimes speak from pain. You will sometimes hold on too long. You will sometimes feel lost again. But the path is not about never falling. The path is about returning. Again and again, return. Return after anger. Return after grief. Return after fear. Return after attachment. Return after a mistake. Return after a day when you did not feel strong. Return after the mind tells you that you have failed. Each return is a small awakening, and one day you will look back and realize you are not the same person anymore. Not because life never hurt you again, but because you learned how to meet life differently. You became softer in the right places and stronger in the right places. You learned to love without begging. You learned to let go without hating. You learned to be silent without feeling empty. You learned to be alone without abandoning yourself. You learn to be human with awareness. This is what makes the journey beautiful. You do not have to become perfect to become peaceful. You do not have to erase your past to become wise. You do not have to stop feeling deeply to become strong. You only have to keep waking up. Wake up to the truth that suffering is part of life, but it is not the whole of life. Wake up to the truth that everything changes, even what feels impossible today. Wake up to the truth that you are not every thought that enters your mind. Wake up to the truth that compassion must begin inside your own heart. Wake up to the truth that forgiveness frees you from carrying what belongs to others. Wake up to the truth that peace begins when you stop fighting reality. Wake up to the truth that you are allowed to begin again. Wake up to the truth that silence can heal what noise cannot. Wake up to the truth that loving deeply means accepting loss. Wake up to the truth that being truly human means awakening through everything. And finally, wake up to the truth that you are still here. After everything, you are still here. You have survived days you thought would break you. You have carried pain that others may never understand. You have continued breathing through seasons that felt too heavy. You have searched for meaning even when your heart was tired. That means something. That strength may not always look loud, but it is real. So honor yourself for still being here. Do not look at your tired soul with shame. Look at it with tenderness. It has been trying. It has been carrying. It has been searching. It has been asking for peace. And now, maybe, it is ready to stop running and come home. Home is not always a place. Sometimes home is a state of awareness. Home is the moment you stop abandoning yourself. Home is the breath you finally notice. Home is the silence where your heart feels safe. Home is the compassion you offer to your own pain. Home is the wisdom that says, I cannot control everything, but I can choose how I meet this moment. Home is within you, not in the past, not in the future, not in someone else's approval, not in the people who left, not in the life you imagined, not in the perfect version of yourself you keep waiting to become. Home is here, in this breath, in this awareness, in this gentle return to yourself. So if you are broken, tired, and searching, remember this: you are not broken beyond healing. You are not tired beyond renewal. You are not searching for no reason. Your searching is the soul's way of asking you to wake up. Your pain is not the end of your path. Your confusion is not the final truth. Your loneliness is not proof that you are empty. Your wounds are not proof that you are unworthy. You are human, and being human is not a failure. Being human means you will feel life deeply. You will be touched by joy and sorrow, love and loss, fear and hope, silence and noise, beginnings and endings. But through all of it, you can awaken. Through all of it, you can return. Through all of it, you can become more aware, more compassionate, more peaceful, and more free. Let this be the message your soul remembers. You do not need to run anymore. You do not need to fight yourself anymore. You do not need to carry every old wound like it is your identity. You can breathe. You can soften. You can let go. You can begin again. And step by step, breath by breath, moment by moment, you can return home to the peace that was waiting beneath all the noise. This is the path. Not a perfect path, not an easy path, but a true path. A path for every broken heart that still wants to heal. A path for every tired soul that still wants to rest. A path for every searching human being who still believes, somewhere deep inside, that peace is possible. And peace is possible, not because life will never hurt again, but because you can learn to meet life with awareness. Not because everything will stay, but because you can learn to love what is here. Not because the past will disappear, but because you can stop living inside it. Not because you will never feel lost again, but because you can always return. So return. Return to the breath. Return to silence. Return to compassion. Return to the present moment. Return to yourself. Because the soul that returns to itself is no longer lost, and the human being who awakens through everything has already begun to touch true peace. 14. The path does not end here. After listening to all these teachings, remember this one thing. The Buddhist path is not something you hear once and then suddenly become free forever. The path is something you return to again and again. It is not only a lesson, it is a way of living. It is a quiet practice that begins in the mind, enters the heart, and slowly changes the way you meet life. Many people believe that after hearing wisdom, their pain should disappear quickly. They think if they understand suffering, they should never suffer again. They think if they understand impermanence, they should never become attached again. They think if they understand compassion, they should never feel anger again. They think if they understand letting go, they should be able to release everything immediately. But this is not how healing works. Understanding is the beginning, not the ending. Wisdom enters you like a seed. At first it may feel small. You may hear a teaching and feel peace for a moment, but then life happens again. Someone says something painful. A memory returns. A fear rises. A relationship changes. A loss touches your heart. And suddenly, you may feel like you forgot everything you learned. But forgetting does not mean you failed. It means you are human. The path does not ask you to become perfect overnight. It asks you to return each time you forget. Return when the mind becomes loud. Return when the heart becomes heavy. Return when anger rises. Return when sadness returns. Return when you feel lost again. Return when you fall back into old patterns. Return when you feel tired of trying. Every return is part of the path. A person does not become peaceful because they never experience storms. A person becomes peaceful because they learn how to come back to awareness after the storm begins. They learn how to breathe when the mind wants to panic. They learn how to pause when the heart wants to react. They learn how to sit with pain without becoming pain. They learn how to let go again and again, even when attachment returns again and again. This is real practice. The Buddhist path is not about escaping life. It is about meeting life with clearer eyes. It is about learning how to live in a world where everything changes without allowing change to destroy your spirit. It is about learning how to love deeply without turning love into possession. It is about learning how to suffer without turning suffering into your whole identity. It is about learning how to be human without forgetting that awakening is possible. There will still be days when you feel broken. There will still be days when you feel tired. There will still be days when you do not understand why life happened the way it did. There will still be days when silence feels heavy, when old wounds ache, when forgiveness feels far away, when beginning again feels difficult. Do not hate those days. Those days are also part of your path. Those days are not proof that you have learned nothing. They are opportunities to practice what you have learned. It is easy to speak about peace when everything is calm. But true peace is practiced when life becomes difficult, and you still choose not to abandon yourself. When suffering comes, remember the first teaching. Suffering is part of being human. You do not need to shame yourself for hurting. You do not need to hide your pain as if it makes you weak. You do not need to pretend that a heavy heart is a failure. You can simply say, "This is suffering. This is human. This is a moment asking for awareness." When life feels dark, remember that everything changes. Even this season will not remain forever. The pain that feels permanent is still moving. The sadness that feels endless is still changing. The heaviness that feels like your whole life is still only a passing condition. You are not trapped inside this moment forever. When something keeps cutting your soul, remember that letting go is not cruelty. Sometimes letting go is the deepest kindness you can offer yourself. You do not have to keep touching the wound just because the wound is familiar. You do not have to keep returning to what destroys your peace just because you once loved it. You can love something, learn from it, and still release it. When your mind becomes loud, remember that you are not your thoughts. A thought may feel powerful, but it is not always true. Fear may speak loudly, but fear does not see clearly. Pain may tell you stories, but pain does not know the whole future. You can observe the thought, breathe through it, and return to the awareness beneath it. When you feel unworthy, remember that compassion must begin with yourself. You are also a living being. You also deserve kindness. You also deserve patience. You also deserve softness. Do not speak to your own heart in a way you would never speak to someone you love. Healing grows better in compassion than in shame. When you feel empty, remember to stop searching outside for what must awaken inside. The world can support you, love can comfort you, and people can walk beside you. But no one can create lasting peace inside a mind that refuses to return to itself. Peace begins when you stop abandoning your own heart. When someone hurts you, remember that forgiveness frees you from carrying their karma. Forgiveness does not mean you deny what happened. It does not mean you return to harm. It means you stop allowing their actions to live inside your heart forever. Their choices belong to them. Your healing belongs to you. When life does not happen the way you wanted, remember that peace comes when you stop fighting reality. Acceptance does not mean you like everything. It means you stop wasting your soul arguing with what has already happened. When you see reality clearly, you can respond with wisdom instead of resistance. When you feel like it is too late, remember that you are allowed to begin again. You are not your worst mistake. You are not your longest delay. You are not the chapter where you lost yourself. Every breath is a small doorway. Every present moment is a new chance. You can begin again quietly, slowly, honestly, and with more wisdom than before. When the world becomes too loud, remember that silence can heal what noise cannot. Sometimes You do not need another distraction. You do not need another opinion. You do not need to keep filling every empty space. Sometimes you need stillness. You need to breathe. You need to listen to your own soul without interruption. When you love, remember that loving deeply means accepting loss. Do not let the fear of endings make your heart cold. Love what is here. Appreciate what is here. Be present while life is here. But hold everything gently, because life is always changing. Loss does not mean love was a mistake. It means love was real enough to touch you. And when life gives you experiences you do not understand, remember that being truly human means awakening through everything, through joy and sorrow, through love and loss, through silence and noise, through mistakes and growth, through endings and new beginnings. Every experience can become part of your awakening if you meet it with awareness. This is why the path does not end here. It continues when you wake up tomorrow and choose how to speak to yourself. It continues when you feel irritated and choose to pause before reacting. It continues when you miss someone and choose not to lose yourself in longing. It continues when you feel sadness and choose to hold it with compassion. It continues when you are tempted to return to something harmful and choose peace instead. The path continues in small moments. It continues when you wash your face with awareness, when you take a breath before answering, when you eat slowly and remember that life is happening now, when you walk outside and notice the sky, when you listen to someone without preparing your defense, when you forgive yourself for yesterday, when you place your hand on your heart and say, "I am still here." These simple moments may not look powerful, but they are powerful. Because awakening is not only found in big life-changing moments, it is found in the way you meet ordinary moments with presence. A calm breath can be part of the path. A kind word can be part of the path. A moment of silence can be part of the path. A choice to walk away from drama can be part of the path. A decision to rest instead of punish yourself can be part of the path. Do not underestimate small acts of awareness. A peaceful life is not built in one dramatic moment. It is built through many small moments where you choose not to betray your own soul. It is built every time you choose understanding over judgment, patience over reaction, truth over denial, and compassion over self-hatred. This does not mean you will always choose wisely. Sometimes you will still react. Sometimes you will still speak from pain. Sometimes you will still cling. Sometimes you will still overthink. Sometimes you will still forget the lesson and fall back into the old pattern. But even then, the path remains open. You can return. This is one of the most beautiful truths. The path does not close because you made a mistake. The path does not reject you because you are still learning. The path does not disappear because you felt anger, sadness, jealousy, fear, or confusion. The path is always here, waiting for the moment you become aware again. Awareness is the doorway back. The moment you notice, "I am reacting from pain," you have already begun to awaken. The moment you notice, "I am clinging to what hurts me," you have already begun to loosen the chain. The moment you notice, "I am believing a thought that may not be true," you have already created space. The moment you notice, "I am being cruel to myself," you have already opened the door to compassion. Do not wait until you are perfect to walk the path. Walk the path as you are. Walk it with your tired heart. Walk it with your confused mind. Walk it with your old wounds. Walk it with your questions. Walk it with your longing. Walk it with your imperfect but honest desire to become free. The path belongs to imperfect human beings. It belongs to those who cry and still breathe. It belongs to those who fall and still rise. It belongs to those who lose and still love. It belongs to those who feel afraid and still take one step. It belongs to those who carry wounds and still choose not to become cruel. This is what makes the path so deeply human. You do not need to become emotionless. You do not need to erase your past. You do not need to become someone who never struggles. You only need to keep bringing awareness to your struggle. You only need to keep choosing compassion when shame appears. You only need to keep returning to the present moment when the mind runs away. That is enough. Sometimes you may wonder if you are really healing, because healing can be quiet. It may not feel like a big transformation. It may feel like a small pause before reacting. It may feel like one night of sleeping peacefully after many restless nights. It may feel like choosing not to check on someone who hurt you. It may feel like finally saying no. It may feel like crying and not judging yourself for it. These are signs of healing too. Healing is not always becoming happy all the time. Healing is becoming honest. Healing is becoming aware. Healing is becoming kinder to yourself. Healing is realizing that you can feel pain without letting pain control every choice. Healing is understanding that peace is not the absence of difficulty, but the presence of wisdom inside difficulty. There may be people who do not understand your healing. They may not understand why you are quieter now. They may not understand why you no longer explain yourself the same way. They may not understand why you choose distance, silence, boundaries, or rest. They may think you changed, and maybe you did. Maybe you changed because pain taught you to protect your peace. Maybe you changed because silence taught you to listen to your own heart. Maybe you changed because suffering taught you compassion. Maybe you changed because the same life that broke you also awakened you. Do not apologize for growing. A tree does not apologize for reaching toward the light. A flower does not apologize for blooming after darkness. The moon does not apologize for changing its shape. The river does not apologize for moving forward. In the same way, you do not need to apologize for becoming more aware, more peaceful, more honest, and more connected to yourself. Your growth may make some people uncomfortable, especially those who knew how to benefit from the version of you that abandoned yourself. But your purpose is not to remain small so others can remain comfortable. Your purpose is to awaken. Awakening may require leaving old patterns. It may require letting go of old identities. It may require releasing relationships that only survive when you betray yourself. It may require silence. It may require courage. It may require facing the truth you avoided for a long time. But every step toward truth is a step toward freedom, and freedom does not always feel easy at first. Sometimes freedom feels lonely because you are no longer living the way you used to live. Sometimes freedom feels strange because peace is unfamiliar after years of chaos. Sometimes freedom feels uncomfortable because your mind is used to old suffering. But slowly, your soul will understand. Peace may feel unfamiliar at first, but it is still your home. Let yourself get used to peace. Let yourself get used to silence. Let yourself get used to being treated with kindness. Let yourself get used to not chasing what hurts you. Let yourself get used to not explaining your worth. Let yourself get used to a life where your soul is not always in survival mode. This is part of healing too. The path does not end here because every day life will ask you to practice. It will ask you to practice patience when things do not go your way. It will ask you to practice acceptance when something changes. It will ask you to practice compassion when someone is difficult. It will ask you to practice boundaries when something drains you. It will ask you to practice presence when your mind runs into fear. And each time you practice, you become a little more awake. Not perfect, awake. There is a difference. Perfection is impossible and heavy. Awakening is honest and alive. Perfection says, I must never struggle. Awakening says, I see my struggle, and I will meet it with wisdom. Perfection says, I must never fall. Awakening says, when I fall, I will return. Perfection says, I must always be peaceful. Awakening says, even when I am not peaceful, I can remember the path. This is much kinder. This is much more human. So do not turn Buddhism into another pressure. Do not make spirituality another reason to judge yourself. Do not say, I should be calmer by now, I should be wiser by now. I should be over this by now. Instead, say, I am learning, I am practicing, I am returning. That is enough. A single breath taken with awareness is meaningful. A single moment of compassion toward yourself is meaningful. A single choice to let go instead of cling is meaningful. A single moment of seeing clearly is meaningful. The path is made of these moments, and if you keep returning to these moments, your life slowly changes. Your reactions soften. Your mind becomes clearer. Your heart becomes wiser. Your silence becomes deeper. Your love becomes less fearful. Your boundaries become stronger. Your relationship with yourself becomes more gentle. One day, you may notice that the same thing that once destroyed your peace no longer controls you the same way. The same words that once broke you no longer enter as deeply. The same memories that once pulled you into darkness no longer have the same power. The same loneliness that once frightened you now becomes a place where you can meet yourself. This is not magic. This is practice. This is the slow beauty of walking the path. And when you reach that point, do not become proud in a way that separates you from others. Remember that everyone is still learning. Everyone is carrying something. Everyone is somewhere on the path, even if they do not know it yet. Some are lost in anger. Some are lost in fear. Some are lost in attachment. Some are lost in grief. Some are lost in pride. Some are lost in pain. You do not need to judge them. You also do not need to be harmed by them. You can have compassion and boundaries at the same time. You can wish people peace and still protect your own. You can understand someone's suffering without becoming responsible for fixing their life. This is mature compassion. The more you awaken, the more you understand that compassion is not weakness. Compassion is strength with wisdom. It is the ability to see suffering without becoming hatred. It is the ability to care without losing yourself. It is the ability to remain human in a world that often teaches people to become hard. Stay human. Stay gentle where gentleness is needed. Stay strong where strength is needed. Stay silent where silence is wise. Speak where truth is necessary. Let go where holding on destroys you. Begin again where life gives you a new breath. The path does not end here because your life is still unfolding. You are still becoming. You are still learning how to carry your own heart with more care. You are still learning how to meet change without fear. You are still learning how to love without clinging. You are still learning how to suffer without becoming suffering. This is a lifelong practice, and there is beauty in that. You do not have to rush. You do not have to finish everything today. You do not have to understand every wound immediately. You do not have to heal every part of yourself before you are worthy of peace. You are worthy of peace now, even while you are still healing. You are worthy of compassion now, even while you are still learning. You are worthy of beginning again now, even while your heart is tired. So take this final teaching with you. The path does not end when the video ends. It begins again when you return to your life. It begins again when you face your thoughts. It begins again when you meet your relationships. It begins again when you sit alone with your heart. It begins again when life does not go according to your plan. In those moments, remember to breathe. Remember to pause. Remember to see clearly. Remember to be gentle. Remember that everything changes. Remember that you are not your thoughts. Remember that your pain is asking for compassion, not punishment. Remember that peace is not found by running from yourself, but by returning to yourself. And if all you can do today is take one mindful breath, let that breath be enough. If all you can do today is not give up on yourself, let that be enough. If all you can do today is sit quietly and say, I am still here, let that be enough. Because sometimes the path begins again in the smallest possible way. One breath, one pause, one moment of awareness, one gentle return. And from that small return, a whole new life can slowly begin. So keep walking, not with pressure, but with presence, not with shame, but with compassion, not with fear of falling, but with trust that you can always return. The path does not end here. It lives in your next breath. It waits in your next choice. It opens in your next moment of awareness. And as long as you are breathing, the path is still open. 15. The peace you are searching for is already waiting within you. After all the pain, after all the searching, after all the moments when your heart felt tired and your mind felt full of questions, Buddhism brings you back to one simple truth. The peace you are searching for is not as far away as you think. It is not hidden in a perfect future. It is not waiting for every person to understand you. It is not waiting for every wound to disappear. It is not waiting for life to become exactly the way you wanted. Peace begins when you stop running away from the present moment and return to what is already here. Many people spend their whole lives searching outside themselves. They search for peace in love, in success, in money, in praise, in attention, in control, in being chosen, in being admired, in being right, in being seen by the world. They believe that once they finally get what they want, their heart will become quiet. But when they get one thing, the mind begins searching for another. When one desire is fulfilled, another desire appears. When one fear disappears, another fear comes forward. This is the restless nature of the untrained mind. It keeps saying, "Not yet. You cannot be peaceful yet. You need more. You need to become more. You need to prove more. You need to fix everything first." And because of this voice, many people never allow themselves to rest in the life they already have. But Buddhism teaches that peace is not created by endlessly chasing the next thing. Peace is discovered when you stop and see clearly. It is discovered when you sit with your breath. It is discovered when you stop believing every thought. It is discovered when you stop fighting reality. It is discovered when you stop clinging to what keeps hurting you. It is discovered when you stop treating yourself like an enemy. The peace you are searching for begins inside the way you meet this moment. If you meet this moment with resistance, the heart becomes heavy. If you meet this moment with awareness, the heart begins to soften. The situation may not change immediately, but your relationship with the situation changes. And sometimes, that is where freedom begins. You may still have problems. You may still have wounds. You may still have questions. You may still be healing from things that changed you deeply. But even with all of that, you can still take one conscious breath. You can still pause. You can still become aware of what is happening inside you. You can still choose not to attack yourself. You can still choose not to follow every painful thought. You can still choose not to turn one difficult moment into the whole story of your life. This is the beginning of inner peace. Inner peace does not mean your life becomes perfect. It does not mean every relationship becomes easy. It does not mean the past disappears. It does not mean the mind never becomes loud again. Inner peace means you have found a place inside yourself that you can return to, even when life is not perfect. It is like sitting under a tree during a storm. The storm may still be there. The rain may still fall. The wind may still move around you. But there is still a place of shelter. There is still a place where you can breathe. There is still a place where you are not completely lost in the storm. Buddhism teaches us to build that shelter within ourselves. And this shelter is built slowly. It is built every time you pause before reacting. It is built every time you return to the breath. It is built every time you choose compassion instead of self-hatred. It is built every time you let go of a thought that only brings suffering. It is built every time you accept reality instead of fighting what cannot be changed. It is built every time you forgive yourself for being human. Many people believe peace will come when everything outside finally becomes stable. But the outside world is always changing. People change. Plans change. Feelings change. Bodies change. Seasons change. Life changes without asking for your permission. If your peace depends completely on things never changing, then your peace will always be fragile. This is why Buddhism teaches us to find peace in awareness, not in control. Control says, I will only be okay when life obeys me. Awareness says, life may not obey me, but I can still meet this moment with wisdom. Control says, people must act the way I want before I can be peaceful. Awareness says, people may act from their own wounds, but I can choose how much space they take inside my heart. Control says, the past must make sense before I can move forward. Awareness says, even without every answer, I can begin to heal. This is a deeper kind of peace. A peace that does not depend on everything going your way. A peace that grows from understanding. When you understand suffering, you stop hating yourself for suffering. When you understand impermanence, you stop clinging so tightly to what must change. When you understand thoughts, you stop believing every fear that enters the mind. When you understand compassion, you stop speaking to yourself with cruelty. When you understand forgiveness, you stop carrying someone else's darkness inside your own soul. When you understand silence, you stop being afraid to sit with yourself. When you understand love and loss, you stop trying to own what can only be appreciated while it is here. All these teachings lead to the same place. They lead you back to the peace within. But this peace is not loud. It does not come like a sudden explosion. It often comes quietly. It comes in the moment you breathe instead of breaking. It comes in the moment you feel sadness but do not shame yourself. It comes in the moment you miss someone but do not abandon yourself. It comes in the moment you choose silence instead of proving your pain to someone who will not understand. It comes in the moment you stop chasing what has already shown you it cannot give you peace. Peace often arrives as a quiet return. You return to yourself and realize, I do not need to keep living inside the wound. You return to your breath and realize, this moment is difficult, but I can still breathe through it. You return to awareness and realize, this thought is painful, but it is not the whole truth. You return to compassion and realize, I have been hard on myself for too long. This is how the soul begins to heal. A tired soul does not always need more pressure. It needs presence. A broken heart does not always need more advice. It needs gentleness. A searching mind does not always need another answer. It needs stillness long enough to hear the wisdom already buried beneath the noise. Sometimes you already know what is hurting you, but the noise of attachment keeps you from admitting it. Sometimes you already know what you must release, but fear keeps you holding on. Sometimes you already know you need rest, but guilt keeps you forcing yourself. Sometimes you already know you deserve peace, but old pain keeps telling you that suffering is all you know. This is why you must become quiet enough to hear yourself. Silence is not empty. Silence is where the truth becomes clear. When you sit with yourself, you begin to notice the difference between what your soul needs and what your fear wants. Fear wants control. The soul wants peace. Fear wants to hold on. The soul wants freedom. Fear wants to be chosen by everyone. The soul wants to stop abandoning itself. The more you listen, the more you understand. And the more you understand, the less you need to chase. You stop chasing people who only make you feel small. You stop chasing approval from those who never see your heart clearly. You stop chasing a version of life that no longer exists. You stop chasing explanations from those who may never have the courage to be honest. You stop chasing every thought that tries to pull you into fear. You begin to choose peace. Choosing peace does not mean choosing an easy life. Sometimes choosing peace is painful at first. It may mean walking away. It may mean letting go. It may mean accepting a truth you avoided. It may mean sitting in silence with feelings you used to escape. It may mean disappointing people who benefited from your lack of boundaries. It may mean losing the old version of yourself. But even when it hurts, peace is still different from suffering. Suffering keeps you trapped. Peace frees you slowly. Suffering makes you betray yourself. Peace brings you back to yourself. Suffering tells you to hold on to what cuts you. Peace teaches you to release what keeps reopening the wound. Suffering makes you live in the past. Peace helps you return to the present. The path of peace is not always comfortable, but it is honest. And honesty is healing. Be honest about what hurts. Be honest about what drains you. Be honest about what you are still carrying. Be honest about what you keep pretending not to know. Be honest about the people, habits, thoughts, and memories that keep pulling you away from your own peace. Do not use honesty to punish yourself. Use honesty to free yourself. Say, "This is hurting me." Say, "This is no longer healthy for my soul." Say, "I am tired of fighting reality." Say, "I have been carrying pain that was never meant to be my home." Say, "I am ready to stop running from myself." This kind of honesty is not weakness, it is awakening. Because the moment you see clearly, you can choose differently. And even one different choice can change the direction of your life. One choice to pause before reacting. One choice to stop texting someone who only brings confusion. One choice to rest when your body is exhausted. One choice to breathe instead of believing panic. One choice to speak kindly to yourself. One choice to let a thought pass without feeding it. One choice to forgive yourself for what you did not know before. These small choices are not small. They are the beginning of freedom. A peaceful life is not built by one large decision. It is built by many small returns to wisdom. Every day, the mind will invite you back into old suffering. It will invite you to overthink. It will invite you to remember what hurt you. It will invite you to compare yourself. It will invite you to chase approval. It will invite you to fear the future. It will invite you to hate yourself for being imperfect. And every day, you can practice returning. You can say, "No, I will not follow this thought today." You can say, "No, I will not turn this memory into my whole life." You can say, "No, I will not speak to myself with cruelty." You can say, "No, I will not keep fighting what is already true." You can say, "No, I will not abandon my peace to satisfy someone else's expectations." This is not selfish, this is spiritual maturity. Because a person who has no peace inside often creates pain outside. But a person who is learning peace becomes a calmer presence in the world. They speak with more care. They listen with more patience. They forgive with more wisdom. They set boundaries without hatred. They stop spreading the pain they never healed. Your healing is not only for you, it changes the way you touch the world. When you become more peaceful, you stop giving your pain to people who did not cause it. You stop using anger as a shield for wounds. You stop reacting from old fear. You stop needing everyone to carry the weight of your unhealed heart. You become more responsible for your inner world. This is a deep part of awakening. Buddhism does not teach that we are separate from the world. It teaches that our thoughts, words, and actions have consequences. The peace you build inside yourself becomes part of the peace you offer others. The compassion you practice toward yourself becomes easier to share with others. The awareness you bring to your suffering helps you become gentler with the suffering of other beings. This is why your inner work matters. Every time you choose awareness over unconscious reaction, you reduce suffering. Every time you choose compassion over cruelty, you reduce suffering. Every time you choose truth over denial, you reduce suffering. Every time you choose letting go over clinging, you reduce suffering. You may think your small inner choices do not matter, but they do. They shape your life. They shape your relationships. They shape the energy you bring into the world, and this is what it means to become more human in the deepest sense. Not more perfect, more aware, not more admired, more compassionate, not more in control, more at peace with change. The peace you are searching for is not found by becoming untouchable. It is found by becoming awake. Awake to your pain, awake to your habits, awake to your attachments, awake to your breath, awake to the present moment, awake to the truth that life is temporary and every moment deserves presence. When you become awake, even simple things begin to feel different. A breath becomes a gift, A quiet morning becomes enough. A kind word becomes meaningful. A moment of silence becomes healing. A small act of kindness becomes sacred. You begin to realize that life was not empty. You were just too lost in noise to feel its depth. This is one of the quiet miracles of awareness. Nothing outside may change immediately, but your eyes change, your heart changes, your way of meeting life changes. You stop waiting for life to become perfect before you allow yourself to feel grateful. You stop waiting for every wound to disappear before you begin to live. You stop waiting for everyone to understand you before you understand yourself. You begin where you are, with this body, this breath, this heart, this moment. Maybe you are still tired. Begin tired. Maybe you are still healing. Begin healing. Maybe you are still confused. Begin honestly. Maybe you are still afraid. Begin gently. Maybe you do not know the whole path. Begin with the next breath. The path does not require you to see everything. It only asks you to take the next mindful step. And if you fall, return. If you forget, return. If you react from pain, return. If the mind becomes loud, return. If sadness rises again, return. Return to the breath. Return to awareness. Return to compassion. Return to the present moment. Return to the quiet place inside you that still remembers peace. This returning is the practice. The peace you seek is not something you earn by becoming perfect. It is something you uncover by removing what hides it. Remove the belief that you are your thoughts. Remove the belief that you must control everything. Remove the belief that your past is your entire identity. Remove the belief that being human means being weak. Remove the belief that you must carry every wound forever. Under all of that, peace is waiting. Not a peace that is loud and dramatic. A simple peace. A humble peace. A peace that says, I am here. A peace that says, I can breathe. A peace that says, this moment is enough to begin again. A peace that says, I do not need to fight myself anymore. Imagine how your life would change if you stopped fighting yourself. If you stopped judging every emotion. If you stopped calling yourself weak for feeling deeply. If you stopped punishing yourself for the past. If you stopped believing every dark thought. If you stopped trying to force life to become permanent. There would be space, and in that space, healing could grow. This is what Buddhism offers the broken, tired, and searching soul. Not a promise that life will never hurt, not a promise that loss will never come, not a promise that the mind will never struggle, but a path, a way to meet life with more awareness, a way to suffer less, a way to love more wisely, a way to return to peace even after the storm. That path begins inside you. It begins when you stop waiting for the world to give you permission to heal. It begins when you stop asking the past to change before you move forward. It begins when you stop chasing people who cannot give you what your own soul must awaken. It begins when you stop running from silence and finally listen. And what will you hear in that silence? Maybe you will hear your heart saying, I am tired. Maybe you will hear your soul saying, I want peace. Maybe you will hear your deeper self saying, come back. You have been away from yourself for too long. Listen to that voice. It is gentle, but it is wise. It does not shame you. It does not rush you. It does not demand perfection. It simply invites you home. Come back to yourself. Come back from the past. Come back from fear. Come back from attachment. Come back from the endless need to be approved. Come back from the noise of the world. Come back from the thoughts that tell you you are not enough. Come back from the wounds that made you forget your own light. Come back. This is the final message for every broken, tired, and searching soul. You do not need to become someone else to find peace. You need to stop abandoning the deepest part of yourself. You need to stop living only in the mind's noise and return to the quiet awareness beneath it. You need to stop treating your pain like proof that you are broken and begin treating it like a place where compassion is needed. You are not behind. You are not hopeless. You are not too damaged. You are not too late. You are not your worst day. You are not the person who hurt you. You are not the mistake you made. You are not the thought that scared you. You are not the season that broke you. You are the one who can awaken through it. You are the one who can breathe again. You are the one who can begin again. You are the one who can return. And the peace you are searching for is not waiting at the end of a perfect life. It is waiting in the moment you stop running from the life you have and meet it with awareness. Right here, in this breath, peace begins. Right here, in this moment, healing begins. Right here, inside you, the path is still open. So breathe gently. Let the mind settle. Let the heart soften. Let the old pain lose its power slowly. Let the present moment hold you. Let awareness guide you. Let compassion become your way back home. You have searched long enough outside yourself. Now return within. Because the peace you are searching for has been quietly waiting there all along. 16. Walk forward with a softer heart and a wiser mind. After everything you have heard, after every teaching, every reminder, every truth about suffering, change, silence, forgiveness, loss, and awakening, there is still one final thing your soul must understand. The purpose of pain is not to make you hard forever. The purpose of wisdom is not to make you cold. The purpose of healing is not to turn you into someone who never feels again. The true purpose of the path is to help you walk forward with a softer heart and a wiser mind. Many people go through suffering and believe they must become hard to survive. They say, "I will never trust again. I will never love deeply again. I will never care again. I will never open my heart again." They think this is strength. But often, this is only fear wearing the mask of strength. A hard heart may protect you from some pain, but it also keeps out joy. It keeps out connection. It keeps out compassion. It keeps out the beauty of being truly alive. When you close your heart completely, you may feel safe for a while, but slowly you also begin to feel empty. Buddhism does not teach you to become hard. It teaches you to become awake. An awake person does not give their heart blindly to everything. An awake person also does not bury their heart under walls of fear. An awake person learns the middle way. They love, but they do not cling. They care, but they do not lose themselves. They forgive, but they do not return to harm. They feel deeply, but they do not let every feeling control their life. This is the balance of a softer heart and a wiser mind. A soft heart allows you to remain human. It allows you to feel compassion for yourself and for others. It allows you to love, to be kind, to be moved by beauty, to care about suffering, and to remain gentle in a world that often teaches people to become cruel. A wise mind protects that soft heart. It teaches you where to place your energy. It teaches you when to stay and when to leave. It teaches you when to speak and when to be silent. It teaches you when to forgive from a distance. It teaches you when love has become attachment and when kindness has become self-abandonment. You need both. If your heart is soft but your mind has no wisdom, you may give too much to the wrong people. You may keep returning to what hurts you. You may confuse love with sacrifice. You may believe that being good means allowing others to cross your boundaries again and again. But if your mind is wise and your heart has become hard, you may protect yourself so much that you forget how to live. You may become suspicious of every person. You may reject love before it has a chance to reach you. You may call it peace, but inside it may only be fear. The Buddhist path invites you to become both gentle and clear. This is not easy. Life may have given you many reasons to close your heart. Maybe you trusted someone and they betrayed you. Maybe you loved someone and they left. Maybe you helped people who never appreciated you. Maybe you gave your best to relationships, friendships, or family and still felt unseen. Maybe life disappointed you so many times that you became tired of hoping. So yes, the heart learns to protect itself. This is natural. But protection should not become a prison. You can protect your peace without losing your tenderness. You can set boundaries without becoming bitter. You can walk away from harmful people without carrying hatred. You can remember what happened without letting it control your whole life. You can become wiser without becoming cruel. This is real healing. Real healing is not when you forget everything. Real healing is when you remember without bleeding the same way. Real healing is not when you never feel sadness again. Real healing is when sadness comes and you know how to hold it with compassion. Real healing is not when you never feel fear again. Real healing is when fear comes and you no longer let it decide every step. A softer heart and a wiser mind help you live this way. When someone disappoints you, the softer heart says, "This hurts." The wiser mind says, "Let me see clearly." When someone leaves, the softer heart grieves. The wiser mind remembers impermanence. When someone hurts you, the softer heart feels pain. The wiser mind sets boundaries. When life changes, the softer heart feels uncertain. The wiser mind returns to the breath. This is how you walk through life without losing yourself. You do not need to pretend nothing hurts. You do not need to act like you are above human emotion. You do not need to become a stone just because life has thrown stones at you. You are allowed to feel. You are allowed to cry. You are allowed to miss what is gone. You are allowed to be tired. You are allowed to need time. But while you feel, you can also stay aware. Awareness is what keeps pain from becoming your master. Awareness is what helps you say, "This feeling is here, but it is not all of me." Awareness is what helps you say, "This hurt me, but I do not need to become hatred." Awareness is what helps you say, "This ending is painful, but it may also be opening a new path." Without awareness, pain becomes identity. With awareness, pain becomes a teacher. This is why Buddhism teaches us to look deeply, not to punish ourselves, not to blame ourselves, not to overthink every moment, but to understand. When you understand your own mind, you stop being controlled by every thought. When you understand your own heart, you stop abandoning it for people who cannot value it. When you understand impermanence, you stop trying to hold life with a closed fist. The wise mind sees clearly. The soft heart feels deeply. Together, they create peace. A person with only emotion may drown in every wave. A person with only logic may become dry and disconnected. But a person with awareness learns to feel the wave and still remember the ocean is wider. This is the kind of person the path helps you become. Someone who can love life, even knowing life changes. Someone who can help others without losing their own balance. Someone who can forgive without inviting harm back in. Someone who can be alone without feeling empty. Someone who can be silent without running from themselves. Someone who can begin again without hating the person they used to be. This is a beautiful way to live. It does not mean life will never hurt again. It means you will know how to meet pain differently. You will know how to breathe before reacting. You will know how to let go before attachment destroys your peace. You will know how to rest before exhaustion breaks your spirit. You will know how to sit in silence before the noise of the world takes you away from yourself. And most importantly, you will know how to come back. Come back when you forget. Come back when you fall. Come back when the mind becomes loud. Come back when the heart becomes heavy. Come back when fear tells you to close forever. Come back when bitterness tries to convince you that kindness is weakness. Come back to your soft heart. Come back to your wise mind. Come back to the breath. There will be people who misunderstand your softness. They may think your kindness means they can use you. They may think your forgiveness means they can repeat the same harm. They may think your silence means you have no strength. But when your softness is guided by wisdom, it is not weakness. A soft heart with wisdom is powerful. It can love without begging. It can forgive without returning. It can care without carrying everyone. It can listen without absorbing every pain. It can walk away without hatred. It can say no without guilt. It can remain peaceful without needing everyone to understand. This is the kind of peace that cannot be easily stolen. The world may still be noisy, people may still be difficult, life may still change, but something inside you becomes steadier. You no longer chase every reaction. You no longer give every person the power to disturb your soul. You no longer believe every thought that enters your mind. You no longer build your identity around what hurt you. You begin to live from a deeper place. That deeper place is not loud. It does not need to prove itself. It does not need to win every argument. It does not need to be admired by everyone. It simply knows, I am here. I am breathing. I am learning. I am choosing peace where I can. This is enough. A wiser mind understands that not everything deserves your energy. Some arguments only feed the ego. Some explanations only drain the soul. Some people are committed to misunderstanding you. Some desires promise happiness but bring suffering. Wisdom helps you choose where your attention goes, and attention is powerful. What you keep feeding grows. If you keep feeding resentment, resentment grows. If you keep feeding fear, fear grows. If you keep feeding the same painful memory, the wound stays open. But if you feed awareness, awareness grows. If you feed compassion, compassion grows. If you feed peace, peace grows. This does not happen instantly, but slowly, your inner world begins to change. At first, choosing peace may feel unnatural. If you have lived in survival mode for a long time, peace may feel strange. If your mind is used to chaos, silence may feel uncomfortable. If your heart is used to being hurt, kindness may feel unfamiliar. If you have been carrying pain for years, letting go may feel like losing a part of yourself. Be patient. A wounded soul needs time to trust peace again. Do not force yourself to heal quickly. Do not shame yourself because old pain still visits. Do not believe that one difficult day means you have lost all your progress. Healing is not a straight road. Awakening is not a single moment. Peace is a practice. Some days you will be deeply aware. Some days you will forget. Some days you will feel light. Some days you will feel heavy. Some days your heart will feel open. Some days your heart will need protection. This is all part of being human. The important thing is to keep returning with compassion. Do not return with anger toward yourself. Do not say, why am I still like this? Do not say, I should be stronger by now. Do not say, I am failing. Instead, say, I am learning. Say, this is another chance to practice. Say, I can begin again from here. Every time you return without hating yourself, you become softer and wiser. You become softer because you stop treating your own pain like an enemy. You become wiser because you begin to understand what your pain is teaching you. You become softer because you allow your heart to feel. You become wiser because you stop letting every feeling decide your life. This balance is the path. Buddhism teaches the middle way, and this teaching can guide your whole life. Do not become too hard. Do not become too attached. Do not become too lost in emotion. Do not become too cold in the name of wisdom. Do not chase pleasure as if it can save you. Do not punish yourself as if suffering makes you pure. Walk the middle way. Live with awareness. Love with wisdom. Grieve with compassion. Rest without guilt. Speak with care. Be silent with dignity. Let go with trust. Begin again with patience. This is how the human soul becomes peaceful. And as you walk forward, remember that you do not need everyone to walk with you. Some people will leave. Some people will not understand your growth. Some people will prefer the old version of you because the old version was easier for them to control. Some people will be uncomfortable when you stop abandoning yourself. Let them be uncomfortable. Your awakening is not meant to please everyone. Your healing is not meant to fit into everyone's expectations. Your peace is not something you must sacrifice to keep others satisfied. A softer heart does not mean you let everyone enter. A wiser mind knows that access to your life is sacred. Not everyone deserves your time, your trust, your energy, or your closeness. Compassion can exist with distance. Love can exist with boundaries. Forgiveness can exist without reunion. This is important. Some people think spirituality means accepting everything from everyone, but Buddhism teaches awareness, not blindness. Compassion does not mean you become a place where others can throw their pain without responsibility. Kindness does not mean you must remain where your spirit is being harmed. You can wish someone peace and still choose your own peace. You can understand their suffering and still protect yourself from their behavior. You can forgive their past and still not allow them into your future. This is wisdom. And this wisdom allows your heart to stay soft because it is no longer being wounded by places it should have left. Many hearts become hard because they stayed too long where they were not safe. They kept giving to what kept taking. They kept loving without boundaries. They kept forgiving without wisdom. They kept hoping that someone would change while they were disappearing inside. Do not do this to yourself. Let your soft heart be protected by a wise mind. If something keeps destroying your peace, look at it clearly. If someone keeps making you feel small, look at it clearly. If a habit keeps pulling you back into suffering, look at it clearly. If a memory keeps controlling your present, look at it clearly. Clear seeing is not cruelty. Clear seeing is compassion for your own life. When you see clearly, you can choose wisely. You can decide what to release. You can decide what to keep. You can decide where to place your energy. You can decide which thoughts deserve attention and which thoughts should pass like clouds. This is the freedom of awareness. And freedom does not mean you never feel pain. Freedom means pain no longer owns you. Freedom means the past no longer controls every step. Freedom means other people's actions no longer decide your inner world completely. Freedom means you can feel deeply and still choose wisely. A softer heart and wiser mind will help you meet every part of life. When joy comes, the soft heart receives it, and the wise mind remembers gratitude. When pain comes, the soft heart feels it, and the wise mind remembers impermanence. When love comes, the soft heart opens, and the wise mind remembers not to cling. When loss comes, the soft heart grieves, and the wise mind remembers that life is change. When silence comes, the soft heart rests, and the wise mind listens. Everything becomes practice. Your relationships become practice. Your loneliness becomes practice. Your work becomes practice. Your grief becomes practice. Your mistakes become practice. Your healing becomes practice. Even your tired days become practice. This is what makes life sacred. Not because every moment is easy, but because every moment can awaken you. You do not have to wait for a perfect life to live wisely. You can practice in this life, with these problems, with this body, with this mind, with this heart, with this exact breath. Right now, you can practice. You can soften your face. You can release the tension in your shoulders. You can notice your breath. You can stop fighting the thought for one moment. You can say one kind sentence to yourself. You can let the past be the past for one breath. You can choose not to run from yourself. Small moments like these matter. The mind may say, this is too small, this will not change anything. But Buddhism teaches that every action matters. Every thought you feed matters. Every breath of awareness matters. Every moment of compassion matters. A peaceful life is created through small causes repeated with patience. One drop at a time, a bowl fills with water. One breath at a time, the soul returns to peace. So do not wait for a huge transformation. Begin with the next gentle choice. Begin with the next wise pause. Begin with the next moment of honesty. Begin with the next act of self-respect. Begin with the next breath, and as you begin, remember not to become proud or harsh with others. The path is not about becoming better than people, it is about becoming freer from suffering. It is about understanding that everyone is struggling in some way. Everyone carries causes and conditions. Everyone is shaped by wounds, fears, desires, memories, and ignorance. Some people hurt others because they have never understood their own pain. Some people cling because they are afraid. Some people lie because they are trapped in fear. Some people act with anger because their minds are burning. This does not excuse harm, but it can help you stop carrying hatred. You can protect yourself and still understand that others are also suffering. This is the softness Buddhism grows inside you, a softness that sees deeper than behavior, a softness that understands suffering, a softness that does not need revenge to feel powerful, a softness that wishes peace for all beings, even while choosing distance from those who cause harm. This softness is rare. Protect it. Do not let the world make you ashamed of being gentle. Do not let painful people convince you that kindness is foolish. Do not let betrayal make you believe love is meaningless. Do not let loss make you believe life has no beauty. Do not let suffering make you forget the light that still exists inside you. Keep your heart alive, but let wisdom guide it. A heart without wisdom may break too often. Wisdom without heart may become cold. Together, they create the kind of human being who can walk through suffering without becoming suffering. That is what you are learning. You are learning how to remain human. You are learning how to feel without drowning. You are learning how to love without clinging. You are learning how to forgive without losing boundaries. You are learning how to heal without rushing. You are learning how to become peaceful without pretending. This is a beautiful and brave path. So as you walk forward, do not ask life to never hurt you again. Ask for the awareness to meet pain wisely. Do not ask to never lose anything. Ask for the presence to appreciate what is here while it is here. Do not ask to never feel fear. Ask for the courage to breathe through fear. Do not ask to never make mistakes. Ask for the humility to learn from them. This is how suffering becomes wisdom. This is how the tired soul becomes awake. This is how the broken heart becomes compassionate. This is how the searching human being finds the path within. And when the world becomes loud again, when life becomes uncertain again, when your heart feels heavy again, remember this final teaching. Walk forward, but do not become hard. Become wiser. Become clearer. Become more aware of what enters your heart. Become more careful with your energy. Become more honest with yourself. Become more gentle with your pain. Become more present with your life. Let the past teach you, but do not let it own you. Let love open you, but do not let attachment chain you. Let loss humble you, but do not let it close you. Let silence heal you, but do not use silence to hide forever. Let wisdom guide you, but do not let wisdom become coldness. Walk the middle way, with a heart soft enough to love, with a mind wise enough to let go, with a soul brave enough to begin again, and with every breath, remember that the path is still open. You can return at any moment. You can awaken through anything. You can choose peace again and again. You are not here to become untouchable. You are here to become aware. You are not here to escape being human. You are here to become deeply, honestly, and compassionately human. So walk forward slowly. Walk forward gently. Walk forward with your wounds, your lessons, your silence, your love, your loss, your questions, and your hope. Walk forward with a softer heart and a wiser mind, because this is how the broken soul heals without becoming bitter. This is how the tired soul rests without giving up. This is how the searching soul finally understands that peace was never found by becoming hard. Peace was found by becoming awake. 17. Do not let pain become the person you are. Buddhism teaches that pain is something we experience, but it is not who we truly are. This is a very important truth, because many people do not only go through pain, they become identified with pain. They begin to believe that their wound is their whole identity, that their suffering is their personality, that their past is their final truth, and that what happened to them is the only thing that defines them. But you are not only what happened to you. You are not only the person who was hurt. You are not only the person who was left. You are not only the person who failed. You are not only the person who trusted the wrong people. You are not only the person who lost something important. You are not only the person who feels tired right now. You are the awareness that can see the pain. You are the heart that can still soften. You are the breath that can still return. You are the soul that can still awaken through everything. Pain may visit you, but it does not have to become your permanent home. Many people carry pain for so long that they stop recognizing themselves without it. They become used to sadness. They become used to fear. They become used to anger. They become used to disappointment. They become used to expecting the worst. The wound becomes familiar, and because it is familiar, they mistake it for who they are. They say, "I am just an angry person." They say, "I am just a broken person." They say, "I am someone who cannot trust." They say, "I am someone who always gets hurt." They say, "I am someone who will never be peaceful." But Buddhism teaches us to look deeper. Anger is not your true self. It is a passing state. Sadness is not your true self. It is a passing state. Fear is not your true self. It is a passing state. Even the story you keep telling about your life is not your permanent self. It is a pattern of memory, thought, and emotion. And what is passing does not have to define what is deepest within you. This does not mean your pain is not real. Your pain is real. Your wounds may be real. Your memories may be heavy. Your heart may have carried things that were unfair, confusing, and deeply painful. Buddhism does not ask you to deny your suffering. It asks you to understand it clearly. There is a difference between saying, "I am suffering," and saying, "I am suffering itself." There is a difference between saying, "I was hurt," and saying, "I am only my hurt." There is a difference between saying, "I have wounds," and saying, "I am nothing but wounds." The first one creates awareness. The second one creates prison. When you say, "I am suffering," you still have space. You can observe it. You can breathe with it. You can care for it. You can learn from it. But when you say, "I am suffering itself," you lose that space. You become trapped inside the feeling, as if there is no path out. This is why mindfulness is so powerful. Mindfulness creates space between you and what you are experiencing. It teaches you to say, "Sadness is here," instead of, "I am sadness." It teaches you to say, "Fear is here," instead of, "I am fear." It teaches you to say, "A painful thought is here," instead of, "This thought is the truth of my life." This small difference can change everything. Because when you create space, you create freedom, and in that freedom, you can choose how to respond. If anger is here, you can breathe before speaking. If fear is here, you can comfort yourself instead of obeying it. If sadness is here, you can hold it gently instead of drowning in it. If a painful memory is here, you can notice it without letting it drag you back into the past completely. This is not easy, but it is possible. The mind is powerful. It can repeat old stories until they feel like truth. It can say, "You were hurt before, so you will always be hurt." It can say, "Someone left before, so everyone will leave." It can say, "You failed before, so you are a failure." It can say, "You were not chosen before, so you are not worthy." But these are not truths. They are wounds speaking. A wound often speaks in extremes. It says always. It says never. It says everyone. It says no one. It says forever. Pain does not see clearly. Pain sees through fear. Pain sees through memory. Pain sees through the moment it was hurt. This is why you must not let pain become your teacher without awareness. Pain can teach wisdom, but only when awareness is present. Without awareness, pain teaches fear. Pain teaches bitterness. Pain teaches distrust. Pain teaches self-hatred. Pain teaches you to close your heart and call it protection. But with awareness, Pain teaches something different. It teaches compassion. It teaches boundaries. It teaches patience. It teaches humility. It teaches you what matters. It teaches you where you were attached. It teaches you where you need to heal. It teaches you how to become more awake. The same pain can either close you or awaken you. This is why you must be careful with what you let your pain turn you into. Do not let betrayal turn you into someone who betrays yourself. Do not let rejection turn you into someone who rejects your own heart. Do not let abandonment turn you into someone who abandons their own peace. Do not let cruelty turn you into someone cruel. Do not let loss turn you into someone who refuses to love life again. Pain touched you, but pain does not have to own you. Sometimes, after deep hurt, people begin to build their whole life around protection. They stop trusting, they stop hoping, they stop expressing, they stop asking for help. They stop believing in good things. They tell themselves, "This is wisdom," but sometimes it is not wisdom. Sometimes it is only unhealed fear trying to protect the wound. Wisdom protects you without closing your soul. Fear protects you by building walls so high that even peace cannot enter. Buddhism teaches the middle way. This means you do not need to be naive, and you do not need to be bitter. You do not need to trust everyone, and you do not need to distrust everyone. You do not need to open your heart blindly, and you do not need to lock your heart forever. You can become wise without becoming hard. This is the real healing, not becoming untouchable, not becoming emotionless, not becoming someone who never cares. Real healing is when you can still be gentle, but now you are also clear. You can still love, but now you do not abandon yourself. You can still forgive, but now you understand boundaries. You can still remember what happened, but now the memory does not control your whole life. Pain becomes dangerous when it makes you unconscious, when it makes you react without seeing, when it makes you punish people who did not hurt you, when it makes you push away love because old fear is speaking, when it makes you stay angry because anger feels safer than grief, when it makes you believe that your wound is your identity. So ask yourself gently, what has my pain been turning me into? Has it made you more aware or more bitter? Has it made you more compassionate or more closed? Has it made you wiser or only more afraid? Has it taught you boundaries or has it taught you isolation? Has it helped you return to yourself or has it made you run from yourself? Do not ask these questions to judge yourself. Ask them to wake yourself up, because sometimes we do not realize how much our pain has shaped our behavior. We think we are choosing freely, but we are really reacting from old wounds. We think we are protecting ourselves, but we are actually keeping ourselves trapped. We think we are being strong, but we are only avoiding the tenderness we are afraid to feel. Awareness helps us see this, and when we see it, we can choose differently. You can say, "My pain taught me to be afraid, but now I choose to be aware." You can say, "My past taught me to close my heart, but now I choose to open slowly and wisely." You can say, "My wounds taught me to hate myself, but now I choose compassion." You can say, "My suffering taught me to expect darkness, but now I choose to notice the light that is still here." This is how pain begins to lose its power. Not because you erase it, not because you pretend it never happened, but because you stop allowing it to be the ruler of your life. The Buddhist path is a path of waking up from unconscious patterns. And one of the deepest patterns is the habit of becoming what hurt us. Someone treats us coldly, and we become cold. Someone speaks harshly, and we become harsh. Someone abandons us, and we abandon ourselves. Someone lies to us, and we stop trusting truth. Someone breaks our heart, and we decide love is dangerous. But awakening means we interrupt the pattern. We say, "This pain came to me, but it will not continue through me." We say, "I will not become the same darkness that touched me." We say, "I will learn from this without letting it destroy the softness of my soul." This is a powerful decision. It means you take responsibility for your healing, not because what happened was your fault, but because your future is still yours. What they did may belong to them, but what you become after it belongs to you. And this is where freedom begins. You may not control what happened before, but you can begin to control what you practice now. You can practice awareness. You can practice stillness. You can practice speaking kindly to yourself. You can practice not feeding old thoughts. You can practice setting boundaries. You can practice letting go. You can practice choosing peace, even in small ways. Small practices slowly rebuild the soul. One breath at a time, you stop becoming your pain. One pause at a time, you stop reacting from your wound. One act of compassion at a time, you stop treating yourself like the enemy. One honest moment at a time, you stop living inside old stories. This does not happen overnight. You may still fall into old pain. You may still react. You may still become triggered by memories. You may still feel the old fear. You may still have days when you feel like nothing has changed. But do not use those days to shame yourself. Healing is not perfect. Awakening is not a straight road. Sometimes the same wound needs to be met many times before it softens. Sometimes you must return to the same lesson again and again until your heart finally understands it deeply. Be patient with your process. A wound that took years to form may not disappear in one moment. A belief that was repeated for years may not dissolve after one peaceful day. A heart that learned fear may need time to trust safety again. A mind that learned survival may need time to believe that rest is allowed. Give yourself that time. But while you give yourself time, do not make a temple out of your pain. Do not worship the wound. Do not keep telling the same story in a way that keeps you trapped. Do not return to the same memories only to reopen them again and again. Do not let your suffering become the place where your identity feels safest. You are allowed to outgrow the story of your suffering. This does not mean you betray your past. It means you honor your life. It means you say, yes, this happened. Yes, it hurt me. Yes, it changed me. But it will not be the only thing I become. There is more to you. There is more to your heart than grief. There is more to your mind than fear. There is more to your future than the pain of your past. There is more to your soul than the wound you have been carrying. Buddhism reminds us that everything changes. If everything changes, then you can change too. Your relationship with pain can change. Your relationship with yourself can change. Your way of loving can change. Your way of thinking can change. Your way of responding to life can change. The person who feels broken today can become the person who carries wisdom tomorrow. The person who feels lost today can become the person who guides themselves gently tomorrow. The person who feels tired today can become the person who learns how to rest, breathe, and begin again. Nothing fixed, nothing permanent, nothing beyond transformation. This is hope. But Buddhist hope is not fantasy. It is not pretending everything is fine. It is not ignoring pain. It is the quiet understanding that because life is changing, healing is possible. Because the mind can be trained, peace is possible. Because awareness can grow, freedom is possible. Because compassion can be practiced, the heart can soften again. So when pain arises, do not ask, why am I still broken? Ask, how can I meet this pain with awareness? When fear arises, do not ask, why am I so weak? Ask, what does this fear need from me? When sadness arises, do not ask, why can't I be happy? Ask, can I sit with this sadness without hating myself? These questions change the relationship you have with your inner world. Instead of fighting yourself, you begin to understand yourself. Instead of judging yourself, you begin to care for yourself. Instead of becoming your pain, you begin to hold your pain. And what you can hold with compassion, you can slowly heal. A broken heart does not need more violence. It does not need more judgment. It does not need more shame. It needs patience. It needs truth. It needs silence. It needs gentle awareness. It needs the courage to stop identifying with what hurt it. You are not broken because you feel pain. You are human. You are not weak because you need time. You are healing. You are not lost because you are searching. You are awakening. These words matter because the way you speak to yourself becomes part of your inner climate. If you speak with cruelty, your heart lives in a storm. If you speak with compassion, your heart begins to find shelter. So speak to yourself in a way that helps you return. Say, pain is here, but I am not only pain. Say, fear is here, but I am not only fear. Say, the past happened, but I am still alive in the present. Say, this wound is real, but it does not own my whole life. Say, I can learn from this without becoming hard. Say, I can become wiser without losing my softness. This is a powerful spiritual practice. The world may tell you to become tougher in a cold way. It may tell you not to care. It may tell you to become unreachable. It may tell you that kindness is weakness and softness is foolish. But Buddhism offers a deeper strength, the strength to remain conscious, the strength to remain compassionate, the strength to not let suffering turn you into more suffering. This is the strength of awakening. When you do not let pain become the person you are, you break a chain. You stop passing pain forward. You stop giving old wounds power over new moments. You stop making innocent people pay for what others did. You stop making your future a copy of your past. You become free enough to choose. You can choose how you speak. You can choose how you love. You can choose how you leave. You can choose how you heal. You can choose how much space a memory is allowed to take inside you. You can choose not to feed bitterness. You can choose to protect your peace without closing your soul. This choosing is not always easy. Sometimes the old pain will pull strongly. Sometimes anger will feel powerful. Sometimes fear will feel convincing. Sometimes the past will feel closer than the present. But even then, you can pause. A pause is small, but it is sacred. In that pause you remember, I do not have to become this reaction. In that pause you remember, I can breathe. In that pause you remember, I have another choice. In that pause, the old pattern weakens. This is how transformation happens. Not always through one big moment, but through many small pauses where awareness enters. You may not become fully free in one day, but each moment of awareness opens a little more space. Each time you choose not to become your pain, you strengthen a new path inside yourself. Each time you choose compassion, the heart learns a new language. Each time you choose wisdom, the mind becomes clearer. And slowly, you become someone pain could not destroy. Not because you never suffered, but because you did not let suffering have the final word. This is the beauty of the human path. You can be touched by pain and still become kind. You can be betrayed and still become honest. You can be abandoned and still return to yourself. You can lose and still love life. You can fall and still rise with more awareness. Your pain is not your ending. It can become the place where your awakening begins. So do not let pain become the person you are. Let it become something you understand. Let it become something you care for. Let it become something that teaches you where healing is needed. Let it become something that deepens your compassion for yourself and others. Let pain pass through awareness, not through identity. Do not say, this is who I am forever. Say, this is what I am experiencing right now. Do not say, I am ruined. Say, I am wounded, and wounds can heal. Do not say, I will never be peaceful. Say, peace is a practice, and I can begin with this breath. This breath is always available. Even when the mind is loud, you can return to the breath. Even when the heart is heavy, you can return to the breath. Even when the heart is heavy, you can return to the breath. The breath reminds you that life is still happening now, not only in the memory, not only in the wound, not only in the past, but here, and here something new can begin. Here, you can choose not to believe every thought. Here, you can choose not to repeat the same story. Here, you can choose not to punish yourself. Here, you can choose to rest. Here, you can choose to soften. Here, you can choose to let go, even if only a little. Small freedom is still freedom. A small healing is still healing. A small return is still a return. So if your soul is tired, do not ask it to become perfect. Ask it to come home. If your heart is broken, do not ask it to become hard. Ask it to become honest. If your mind is full of pain, do not ask it to become silent by force. Ask it to become aware. Awareness is the light, and when light enters, darkness does not need to be fought. It begins to disappear naturally. This is the quiet medicine of Buddhism. It does not shout at your pain. It does not shame your suffering. It does not force your heart to heal before it is ready. It simply invites you to see clearly, to breathe, to understand, to release, to begin again. And today, this is the invitation. Look at your pain, but do not become it. Respect your wounds, but do not worship them. Learn from your past, but do not live there forever. Feel your emotions, but do not let them rule your whole life. Let suffering teach you, but do not let it turn you into bitterness. You are more than what hurt you. You are more than what left you. You are more than what failed. You are more than what broke. You are a living, breathing human being, still capable of awareness, compassion, wisdom, love, and peace. And as long as you can return to awareness, pain does not have to become your final identity. It can become a teacher. It can become a doorway. It can become the beginning of a wiser life. So walk forward with this truth in your heart. Pain may be part of your story, but it is not the whole story. Suffering may have shaped you, but it does not have to define you. The past may have touched you, but it does not have to own you. You are allowed to heal beyond what happened. You are allowed to become peaceful after pain. You are allowed to become soft after survival. You are allowed to become new after being broken. And when the old wound tries to tell you who you are, breathe gently and remember, I am not my pain. I am the awareness that can heal from it. 18. Let your suffering make you more awake, not more afraid. Buddhism teaches that suffering is not only something to escape, it is something to understand. When suffering enters your life, it can either make you more afraid, more bitter, and more closed, or it can make you more aware, more compassionate, and more awake. The pain itself is not the whole lesson. The real lesson is what you allow that pain to create inside you. Many people go through hardship and slowly begin to fear life. They fear love, because love once hurt them. They fear trust, because trust was once broken. They fear hope, because hope once disappointed them. They fear silence, because silence brings back memories. They fear beginning again, because beginning again means they might fail again. So instead of healing, they start building walls. They tell themselves, I am protecting myself. But sometimes what we call protection is really fear. Sometimes we are not protecting our peace. We are protecting our wound from being touched. And because of that, we stop living fully. Buddhism does not ask you to be careless with your heart. It does not ask you to trust blindly or return to people who harmed you. It asks you to become aware. There is a difference between wisdom and fear. Wisdom says, I have learned from what happened. Fear says, because this happened, I can never open my heart again. Wisdom creates boundaries. Fear creates prisons. Wisdom helps you walk forward carefully. Fear keeps you frozen in the same place. This is why you must ask yourself, has my suffering made me more awake, or has it only made me more afraid? If suffering has made you more awake, you will begin to see life clearly. You will notice your attachments. You will understand your patterns. You will recognize which people bring peace and which people bring confusion. You will stop giving your whole life to things that keep reopening your wounds. You will become more honest with yourself. But if suffering has only made you more afraid, you may begin to see danger everywhere. You may push away good people because bad people once hurt you. You may avoid new paths because old paths once failed. You may reject love because old love became painful. You may stop trusting yourself because you once made a mistake. This is why awareness is so important. Without awareness, pain becomes fear. With awareness, pain becomes wisdom. The same wound can lead two people in different directions. One person may become cold, angry, and closed. Another person may become gentle, wise, and deeply compassionate. The difference is not that one person suffered and the other did not. The difference is how they met their suffering. When pain comes, the unconscious mind reacts. It says, never again. It says, everyone is the same. It says, life cannot be trusted. It says, I must become hard to survive. But the awakened mind pauses. It breathes. It says, this hurt me, but I will not let it make me blind. This taught me something, but it will not become my whole identity. This changed me, but I can choose how I grow from it. That pause is powerful. In that pause, suffering begins to transform. Buddhism teaches that everything arises from causes and conditions. Your pain did not come from nowhere. Your reactions also do not come from nowhere. Your fear may come from old wounds. Your anger may come from feeling powerless. Your attachment may come from a deep fear of being alone. Your sadness may come from love that had nowhere to go. Your overthinking may come from a mind trying to protect you from future pain. When you understand this, you stop judging yourself so harshly. You begin to look deeper. Instead of saying, why am I like this? You begin asking, what caused this inside me? Instead of saying, I am broken, you begin saying, something in me is asking to be understood. This shift is healing. Because you cannot heal what you keep attacking. You cannot understand what you keep rejecting. You cannot awaken through pain if you are too busy hating yourself for having pain. So when suffering appears, do not immediately run from it. Sit with it gently. Listen to what it is trying to reveal. Ask, where am I clinging? Ask, what expectation is causing this pain? Ask, what truth am I avoiding? Ask, what part of me needs compassion? Ask, what lesson is hidden inside this experience? These questions are not easy, but they open the door to wisdom. Sometimes suffering reveals that we were attached to things being permanent. We wanted someone to stay the same forever. We wanted a relationship to remain untouched by change. We wanted life to follow our plans exactly. We wanted a moment to last longer than life allowed. And when change came, we suffered because we were clinging to what could not remain fixed. Sometimes suffering reveals that we were searching outside for what needed to awaken inside. We wanted another person to give us peace. We wanted approval to give us worth. We wanted success to give us identity. We wanted attention to make us feel enough. But no outside thing can permanently heal a mind that has not learned how to sit with itself. Sometimes suffering reveals that we did not know our own boundaries. We gave too much. We stayed too long. We forgave without wisdom. We called self-abandonment love. We confused loyalty with suffering, and pain came to show us where we needed to return to ourselves. This is why suffering can become a teacher. Not because suffering is beautiful by itself, but because awareness can turn suffering into understanding. A person who has never looked into their pain may keep repeating the same life. They may choose the same kind of people. They may chase the same kind of approval. They may react in the same way. They may keep reopening the same wound. But a person who brings awareness to pain begins to break the cycle. They begin to see, I keep holding on to people who cannot give me peace. They begin to see, I keep believing thoughts that are born from fear. They begin to see, I keep abandoning myself because I am afraid of being alone. They begin to see, I keep fighting reality because I do not want to grieve what has changed. This seeing is the beginning of freedom. Before you can change a pattern, you must see it clearly. Before you can release a wound, you must understand how you are still holding it. Before you can stop suffering from the same thing, you must become aware of how it lives inside your mind. Buddhism calls us to wake up, and sometimes the things that wake us up are not gentle. Sometimes we wake up because life becomes too painful to ignore. Sometimes we wake up because the same pattern has hurt us too many times. Sometimes we wake up because the soul becomes tired of pretending. Sometimes we wake up because we finally realize that peace will not come from repeating what keeps breaking us. This awakening may feel painful at first. It may feel like losing an illusion. You may see that someone was not who you hoped they were. You may see that a dream was not truly aligned with your soul. You may see that a habit you depended on was actually harming you. You may see that you were waiting for someone else to save you when your own awareness was asking you to return. Truth can hurt, but truth also frees. A lie may comfort you for a moment, but it keeps you asleep. Truth may hurt for a moment, but it gives you the ground to stand on. When you see clearly, you can choose wisely. When you stop pretending, you can finally heal honestly. This is why your suffering should not be wasted. Do not let suffering only make you repeat the past. Let it make you ask deeper questions. Do not let suffering only make you close your heart. Let it make you understand your heart. Do not let suffering only make you fear people. Let it teach you discernment. Do not let suffering only make you hate yourself. Let it teach you compassion. Every painful experience can ask you to awaken in a different way. Heartbreak can awaken you to self-worth. Loss can awaken you to impermanence. Betrayal can awaken you to boundaries. Failure can awaken you to humility. Loneliness can awaken you to self-presence. Silence can awaken you to inner truth. Regret can awaken you to wiser choices. Fear can awaken you to courage. But this only happens when you stop asking pain to disappear immediately and begin asking what pain is trying to show you. This does not mean you should enjoy suffering. It does not mean you should stay in situations that hurt you. It does not mean you should accept harm as destiny. Buddhism does not teach passive suffering. It teaches conscious understanding. If something is harming your soul, leave if you can. If something is unhealthy, protect your peace. If someone keeps bringing darkness into your life, create distance. But as you do this, also understand what the experience has taught you. Leave with wisdom, not only pain. Let go with awareness, not only anger. Move forward with clarity, not only fear. This is how you transform suffering. Many people leave painful situations physically, but they continue carrying them mentally. They leave the person, but keep replaying the pain. They leave the place, but keep living inside the memory. They end the chapter, but keep reading it in their mind every day. This is why healing is not only about external change, it is also about inner release. You must not only leave what hurt you, you must stop letting it live as the ruler of your inner world. This takes time. Be patient with yourself. Some wounds are deep. Some memories return without permission. Some fears were built over many years. Do not expect your heart to become free in one day. But also do not give up on your freedom. Each time the memory returns, meet it with awareness. Each time the fear rises, meet it with breath. Each time the old story appears, remind yourself, this is a story from pain. It is not the whole truth of my life. Each time you feel yourself closing, ask, is this wisdom or is this fear? This question can save you from many prisons, because fear often sounds intelligent. It says, do not try again. It says, do not love again. It says, do not trust anyone. It says, do not rest because something bad may happen. It says, stay guarded forever. And because fear sounds protective, you may believe it is wisdom. But wisdom feels different. Wisdom is clear, not frantic. Wisdom protects, but it does not panic. Wisdom says, move carefully. Fear says, do not move at all. Wisdom says, remember the lesson. Fear says, live forever inside the wound. Wisdom says, set boundaries. Fear says, build walls around your whole life. Learn the difference. A wiser life is not a fearless life. It is a life where fear is no longer the only voice you obey. Fear may still appear, but awareness helps you decide whether fear is protecting you or limiting you. This is part of awakening. Awakening does not mean you never feel afraid. It means you notice fear and do not immediately become its servant. Awakening does not mean you never suffer. It means you do not let suffering become unconscious. Awakening does not mean you never hurt. It means you bring compassion to the hurt, instead of letting it harden your soul. Suffering can make you deeply human if you let it open your eyes. When you have suffered, you begin to understand that everyone is carrying something. The person who seems angry may be carrying fear. The person who seems cold may be carrying old wounds. The person who seems proud may be hiding insecurity. The person who seems silent may be exhausted. The person who seems difficult may be lost in their own suffering. This understanding does not mean you allow harm, but it softens hatred. You can protect yourself and still understand that people act from their own pain. You can create distance and still wish them healing. You can say no and still remain compassionate. You can refuse to carry their darkness and still not become darkness yourself. This is mature compassion. Suffering, when met with awareness, can make you kinder, not weak, not blind, not easy to use, but kinder in a wise way. You become less quick to judge. You become more patient with hidden pain. You become more careful with your words because you know words can wound. You become more present with others because you know loneliness can be heavy. You become more gentle with yourself because you know the human heart is fragile. This is one of the hidden gifts of suffering. It can deepen your compassion. But if suffering is not understood, it can also create bitterness. You may begin to think, because I suffered, others should suffer too. You may become harsh because life was harsh to you. You may become careless because others were careless with your heart. You may stop caring because you once cared too much and were disappointed. This is how pain spreads. Someone suffers, does not understand their suffering, and then gives that suffering to others. The chain continues. Hurt people, not because they are beyond hope, but because they have not awakened to their own pain. The Buddhist path asks you to break that chain. It asks you to say, this pain came to me, but I will not pass it forward unconsciously. It asks you to say, I will feel this pain, understand it, heal it, and let it become wisdom instead of harm. It asks you to become responsible for what grows from your wounds. This is a sacred responsibility. Not because you caused everything that happened to you. You may not have. Some pain comes from other people's choices. Some pain comes from life's uncertainty. Some pain comes from loss, change, and causes beyond your control. But even when the pain was not your fault, your healing is still your path. No one else can walk that inner path for you. Others may support you. Teachings may guide you. Silence may hold you. Time may soften you. But you must be willing to look within. You must be willing to stop running. You must be willing to meet your own mind with honesty. This is brave work. It is much easier to blame the world forever. It is much easier to say, this is just who I am now. It is much easier to stay angry, stay afraid, stay closed, and call it protection. But healing asks for something deeper. It asks for courage. The courage to admit pain without becoming pain. The courage to remember without living in the memory. The courage to feel without drowning. The courage to begin again without guarantees. And there are no guarantees. Life may still change. People may still disappoint you. Plans may still fail. Loss may still come. This is the truth of impermanence. But your relationship with life can change. You can become less controlled by fear. You can become less attached to certainty. You can become more able to breathe through change. You can become more present, more compassionate, more aware. This is the kind of peace Buddhism offers. Not a life where nothing difficult happens, but a mind that learns how to meet difficulty without creating endless extra suffering. Because pain is one thing, the story we build around pain is another. Someone leaves, and that hurts. But then the mind says, I am unlovable. Everyone will leave. I will never be happy again. Now the pain becomes heavier. You fail, and that hurts. But then the mind says, I am useless. My life is over. I can never succeed. Now suffering grows. A moment changes, and that hurts. But the mind says, this should never have happened. I cannot accept this. Everything is ruined. Now the wound becomes deeper. Mindfulness helps you separate the pain from the story. You can say, this hurts, without saying, this will destroy me. You can say, I lost something, without saying, I lost everything. You can say, I made a mistake, without saying, I am a mistake. You can say, I am afraid, without saying, fear is the truth. This is how suffering becomes lighter, not because the pain is unreal, but because you stop adding unnecessary suffering through the mind. The Buddha's teaching on suffering is not meant to make you hopeless, it is meant to make you clear. If suffering exists, then it can be understood. If it can be understood, then its causes can be seen. If its causes can be seen, then freedom becomes possible. This is a path of hope, a grounded hope, a wise hope, a hope that says, I may be suffering now, but suffering is not the end of the story. There is a way to understand it. There is a way to soften it. There is a way to awaken through it. So let your suffering make you more awake. Let it teach you where you are clinging. Let it teach you where you need boundaries. Let it teach you which thoughts are not true. Let it teach you how much compassion your heart needs. Let it teach you how temporary everything is. Let it teach you to love what is here while it is here. Let it teach you to stop waiting for life to be perfect before you begin to live. But do not let suffering make you afraid of life. Do not let it make you afraid to love, afraid to hope, afraid to rest, afraid to trust yourself, afraid to begin again. Do not let it convince you that peace is impossible. Do not let it tell you that you are only your wound. Do not let it close every door inside you. You can become careful without becoming closed. You can become wise without becoming cold. You can become strong without becoming harsh. You can become peaceful without denying your pain. This is the middle way. To walk the middle way means you do not run towards suffering, and you do not run from every uncomfortable truth. You do not cling to pleasure, and you do not worship pain. You do not open your heart foolishly, and you do not lock it forever. You do not deny your wounds, and you do not let them define your entire life. You walk with balance. Balance is not easy. Some days you may lean into fear. Some days you may feel bitter. Some days you may close your heart. Some days you may forget all the wisdom you know. But even then, you can return. Return to the breath. Return to awareness. Return to compassion. Return to the simple truth that you are still learning. Every return is important. If you reacted from pain yesterday, return today. If you believed a fearful thought this morning, return now. If you have carried a wound for years, return with one breath. If you feel lost again, return without shame. The path is not closed. Suffering does not disqualify you from awakening. It is often the very place awakening begins. So look at your suffering with new eyes. Not as proof that life is against you. Not as proof that you are weak. Not as proof that you will never be peaceful. Look at it as a place asking for awareness, a place asking for compassion, a place asking for understanding, a place where wisdom can grow. You may not understand everything today. You may not heal everything today. You may not know why some things happened, but you can begin by not turning your suffering into fear. You can begin by not closing your whole life because of one wound. You can begin by breathing and saying, this pain is here, but I will meet it with awareness. That sentence is powerful. It means you are no longer running unconsciously. It means you are no longer letting pain decide everything. It means you are willing to become awake, and the soul that is willing to become awake is already moving toward peace. So let suffering soften your judgment. Let suffering deepen your compassion. Let suffering sharpen your wisdom. Let suffering teach you what matters. Let suffering show you where you need to let go. Let suffering remind you that all beings are fragile, all moments are temporary, and all hearts need kindness. But do not let suffering steal your life. Do not let it take away your ability to love. Do not let it take away your ability to trust yourself. Do not let it take away your ability to enjoy simple moments. Do not let it take away your ability to begin again. Do not let it take away your softness. Your softness is not weakness. Your softness is proof that pain did not completely close you. Your awareness is proof that suffering did not fully blind you. Your compassion is proof that the path is still alive within you. And as long as the path is alive, peace is possible. Maybe slowly, maybe quietly, maybe one breath at a time, but possible. So walk forward with this teaching in your heart. Suffering may come, but it does not have to make you more afraid. It can make you more awake. It can make you more honest. It can make you more compassionate. It can make you more careful with your life. It can make you more present with what is here. And when suffering rises again, do not say, "I am broken." Say, "I am being invited to wake up." Do not say, "This pain will ruin me." Say, "This pain can teach me if I meet it with awareness." Do not say, "I must close my heart forever." Say, "I can protect my heart with wisdom and still keep it alive." This is how suffering becomes a doorway instead of a prison. This is how the tired soul becomes wise. This is how the broken heart becomes compassionate. This is how the searching human being learns that even pain can become part of the path. Let your suffering make you more awake, not more afraid. Because fear closes the soul, awareness opens it. And when awareness opens the soul, even the heaviest pain can slowly become a place where wisdom begins to bloom. So if you are broken, tired, and searching, remember this: you are not weak because you suffer. You are not lost because you are still trying to understand life. You are not broken beyond healing because your heart feels heavy. You are human, and being human means you will feel pain, love, loss, fear, hope, confusion, silence, and awakening. Buddhism teaches us that suffering is part of life, but suffering is not the end of life. Pain may visit you, but it does not have to become your identity. Thoughts may disturb you, but they do not have to control you. People may hurt you, but you do not have to carry their karma forever. Life may change, but change can also become the doorway to wisdom. Everything you have been through can become part of your awakening if you meet it with awareness. The heartbreak can teach you self-worth. The silence can teach you how to listen to your soul. The loss can teach you impermanence. The suffering can teach you compassion. The ending can teach you how to begin again. Do not hate yourself for being tired. Do not shame yourself for needing time. Do not believe that peace is only for people who have never been hurt. Peace is also for the wounded heart that chooses to heal. Peace is also for the tired soul that chooses to breathe again. Peace is also for the searching person who still believes, deep inside, that life can become lighter. So walk forward gently, let go of what keeps cutting your soul, stop fighting what has already happened, forgive yourself for what you did not understand before. Sit in silence when the world becomes too loud. Love deeply, but hold life with open hands. And when you fall, return. When you forget, return. When pain rises again, return to the breath, return to awareness, return to compassion, return to yourself. This is what it means to be truly human. Not to live without wounds, but to let wounds become wisdom. Not to avoid suffering forever, but to awaken through suffering. Not to become perfect, but to become present. Not to become hard, but to become soft with wisdom. Your life is still unfolding. Your path is still open. Your soul is still capable of peace. So breathe, begin again, and remember, even after pain, even after loss, even after everything that tried to break you, you can still awaken, one breath at a time.